South East Stars live stream.
Great.
Sorry, or whatever, just South East Stars.
Gemma or Jemima?
Jemima.
Lovely, thank you. Great. Any other tricky ones?
So Rihanna, Kalia, and yeah, Jemima.
That all looks good to me, yeah. Nice one, thank you.
Chatley.
Chatley, yeah. And Fiona Richards and Mohammed Wazim are the two umps, yeah. Great, good man. Thanks, Mark. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two.
All set? Ready and raring if you are.
You've been at the Oval, have you, for the last couple of days?
Yeah, I've been at the Oval, and Warwickshire decided to get bowled out very quickly, so they said, get back down here.
Good man.
How have you been doing? So are you BBC employed or are you
Yeah,
freelance?
it's freelance.
Yeah.
Freelance, yeah. So, I mean, I do Fulham football home and away.
Nice.
And in cricket, I get an eclectic mix: Middlesex, Surrey, a little bit of Stars, and yeah, a little bit of women's cricket, but not a great amount. Do a little bit of Kent as well. So yeah, busman's holiday, going here, there, and everywhere. It's just quite nice.
Have
You've
you been
got
down
two
to?
teams, have you?
So, not really. It's more, I've been just doing bits and bobs of the Surrey live stream as and when they've needed someone.
Okay.
And then I've had a couple, I was meant to do a few Stars games, and then I ended up getting a different job, which meant I was away for a little while.
Okay.
And so I did one earlier this year down in Kent.
Yep.
And then I had this one booked in. Well, I was taken off it and then stuck back on it, so it's all been very. I only found out officially I was doing this yesterday evening, so.
Okay.
We'll be alright. We'll be alright, Jimmy.
We'll be fine. Well, what I'll do. I'm happy to sort of do most of it. If I do need to just nip down for a wee or whatever.
Yeah.
If you can just hold for.
Yeah, that's more than fine.
Going.
I was probably gonna.
And I think what we'll do, Cam, I think we should hopefully, Leslie said, get a few people up at different points, so
Okay.
one or the other of us can just take a little break then.
Cool.
You know, it doesn't need to be for too long, does it? But at least it'll just help us out.
That's more than fine. So do you want to? I mean, I'm happy to. Do you want to split ends at all, or do you want to stay on ball by ball, or?
No. I think should we do like an over each?
Yeah, that works for me.
Great. Do you know the two ends here? I take it this is the pavilion end.
That's the railway.
And the railway end.
I always say it's the railway bridge, maybe it was.
Great.
Railway end works for me. Oh no.
And a very good morning to you. Welcome along to this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixture between the South East Stars and Lancashire Thunder. We're here today at Woodbridge Road in Guildford, where it's a lovely, pleasant morning. A little bit of wind, which the players won't mind too much. Apologies if that does get caught up and you do hear the wind. We are, of course, al fresco, and very much looking forward to this fixture. The news from the middle: the South East Stars have won the toss and elected to bat first, which means that Bryony Smith, the captain, and Alexa Stonehouse are making their way out to the middle. The Thunder side, captained by Ellie Threlkeld, who will also keep wicket, are already in position. And our two umpires for this fixture, Fiona Richards and Mohammed Wazim. South East Stars have won the toss and elected to bat first then, which means we're going to get a first look at the Stars out there in their traditional colours of yellow and blue. The visitors, the Thunder, here to Guildford, all in red. And we are set and raring to go, which is a real positive. My name's Jamie Reid, delighted to say that alongside me is Cam Ponsonby. Cam, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Jamie. Good morning, everyone. And this is my third time down at Guildford in the last month, and every time I've been here, it's been the most kind of beautiful day. So I'm kind of I feel like there might be a bit of a microclimate down here. They've got something right in the water.
I think they most certainly have, and maybe you're bringing that good fortune and that good weather. Mohammed Wazim is standing at the railway end, and Cam will let you kick things off.
With Tara Norris, left arm over to begin proceedings, bowling to Bryony Smith. Up to the wicket now. Bowls just forward of a length. It's a beautiful start for the Thunder. Bryony Smith just pushing forward, beating that outside edge. As a field, we have conventional field for the start of an innings. Power play, so only 2 fielders out of that inner ring. We have a fielder down at third. We have a ring of a point cover mid-off, 1 slip in place, mid-on, mid-wicket, short 45, short fine leg even, and a deep square leg as Norris begins her run in again. Just defended out into the offside. The Thunder have had a very unusual Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They've had two ties in their kind of 9 completed matches, or 8 completed matches. Had a couple of rains off, so hopefully in for another close one here today at Guildford Cricket Club as Norris approaches once more. That's just full of a length. Bryony Smith, almost carbon copy of the previous delivery, pushing that ball into the offside. The ball comes into the wicketkeeper, early Threakold, and we get ready to do it all over again.
It's been a good start, hasn't it, with the ball from Norris, bowling a nice tight line on and around that 4th stump line, making it difficult for the batter, not really giving too much in the way of width.
Norris approaches the wicket once more, and that's just much straighter in line, and a fantastic piece of fielding out on the boundary rope, a double diving stop. It was a short ball pulled away, and then I believe, just need to double check who that fielder is out on the rope. There was one diving stop to her right, and then as the ball was trickling away to the rope once more, she had to leap away and make the stop once more. Just the 1 run, which brings Alexa Stonehouse on strike. But Bryony Smith will be feeling much more comfortable for that. Away and off the mark.
Great bit of fielding, wasn't it, from Danielle Collins out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Norris in once more to Stonehouse. That's full of a length. Just dabbed into the offside. It's been a fantastic start by Norris. She only missed her line and length on the 1 delivery. Bryony Smith may well be within her rights to feel hard done by that. She didn't pick up all 4 runs for that. She feel that obviously there's 2 sides to this ground, as there are to all of them. And away to our left-hand side from the pavilion end, there's the seating permanently in place here at Guildford Cricket Club. So Norris approaches again. And that time she gets the ball just to angle back in at Stonehouse, takes the inside edge into her back pad and dribbles harmlessly down into the ground, and that is the end of the first over, 1 for none after 1.
An excellent opening over, as you say, Cam, bowling nice and tight, making it difficult for the 2 openers. Bryony Smith, the captain, with the shot of the game so far, and a wonderful piece of fielding by Collins out there on the rope. Either side, you would have to say it would have been a boundary, because it was struck with great ferocity. But as it is, a great bit of work, and now an opportunity to have a look at Phoebe Graham, who's going to bowl from this pavilion end, and very much hope to back up the good work of Norris at the other end. Slip in place, and a 5-4 field as she stands at the top of her mark, Graham. Here she is on her way, running up past the umpire and driving down the ground very elegantly to mid-on. Is Smith. The fielder gets right in behind it. Naomi Datani is that fielder.
Phoebe Graham just having a first bowl of the competition. She's had a go in the 100 for Northern Superchargers.
Decent bowler, Graham, bowling right arm over the wicket and getting one to edge through to the slip fielder and try and bring the fielder into play. I think it just hit the pad. No appeals from out there in the middle. Good bit of work.
I think Graham can feel hard done by not to have got a wicket somehow there.
Yeah.
At first we were appealing for LBW, then we thought it might have taken an inside edge. It might have even fallen just short of slip. But a fantastic start from Graham here.
Yeah. That's what we want to try and see. Good game of cricket between these two sides. 1 for no wicket is the score. Graham on her way once more. And just shuffling back and across and drilling the ball out to the fielder at a very wide mid-off, and they take a single and settle for that. The two fielders coming together.
Graham was with the Manchester Originals. I apologise. I was previously with the Northern Superchargers, but she had a couple run-outs for the Originals in this competition. Didn't pick up a wicket, but went just fine nonetheless.
Little change in field here. Graham just asking to move the fielder out at deep mid-wicket to deep square leg. And they're going to bolster the offside here for the other opener, Stonehouse. So fielder going in at extra cover. 3 in the ring now on that offside, and the two fielders at mid-off and mid-on as we see a false start. That is going to be a dead ball. Umpire Fiona Richards just signalling that there will be a stop in play, and it means that Graham will walk back to the top of her mark. Little stuttering start to get going, and here she is. Bowling to Stonehouse, who just covers up and pushes out onto the onside, and no thoughts of a run. The score remains on 2. Looking around, 1 or 2 people just starting to join us. The 10:30 start does occasionally catch 1 or 2 out, and it's not always the easiest time to navigate and get yourself here. But there is, of course, the live stream to enjoy, as this time Stonehouse just works to cover. A little bit of gardening carried out by Bryony Smith, skippering the Stars, of course. Opening the batting. Plenty of batting to come. Kira Chapley, Alice Davidson Richards, Ailish Cranstone, Paige Schofield, who's been in wonderful form in this competition. As Graham continues, and this is going to be the first boundary of the innings. Perfect carpet drive. Just pushed all the way through extra cover. The head in the right position, making sure that you just use the pace of the delivery. And that's a fine end to the over, Cam.
Picture perfect from Alexa Stonehouse there. It really was just using the pace, leaning on that delivery. All the more pleasing for Stonehouse, given that fielder had just come into that extra cover region, piercing the gap. Take us to 6 for none after 2, but a very fine start from Thunder here. I don't think they'll be too disheartened by the fact that that boundary does slip away. It would have been almost kind of greedy to expect to be 2 for none after 2. Nevertheless, we have Tara Norris to continue with Bryony Smith on strike. So wicket bowled, and that's well bowled again. She's really homing in on that 4th stump line. On almost every delivery, she's taking the outside half of the batter's bat just as she's angling it across the batter. There was just that one delivery to Stonehouse at the end of last over, which came all the way in to the inside half, and Bryony Smith's just rechecking her guard here. She's asking for, by the looks of it, middle leg and leg. She's only marking one of them, but I wonder if this is just a bit of a change of kind of setup from Smith, given the challenges Norris has presented so far. And she comes once more past the umpire. And this time Smith just gives herself a little bit of room and tucks it over into the leg side, and they scamper through for 2. It's a well run 2. There won't be masses of 2s on offer, at least over to the left hand side of us from the pavilion end. It's a bit of a tighter boundary on that side. Over to the right hand side where Woodbridge Road runs alongside us, a bit more of a vast expanse.
Yeah, just a little bit straight, wasn't it, that delivery on the pads of the batter and put away.
Norris in once more, and that is uppish from Bryony Smith, and they scamper through for 1. It's a misfield over at point, and they get 1, which was a bit of a brain frayed from everyone involved there. It was a kind of a wideish half volley, driven uppishly by Smith, and then misfielded at point, and I think we'll all reset after that one and start again.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't make any highlights, would it? It wasn't a great shot. But the positive, I suppose, the scoreboard keeps moving. Takes the score on to 9-4, no wicket. The Stars winning the toss and electing to bat first here at Guildford.
Norris into Stonehouse. That's tucked into the leg side and well run. Down to short fine leg. Well judged, no danger there. And again, that scoreboard just keeps ticking over. I wonder if almost immediately, we're only 2.5 overs into this innings, but in Morris's first over, what she did exceptionally well was she bowled one side of the wicket. We've just seen her stray either side this over, whether that's a sign that the ball's just maybe moving a little bit less, or perhaps moving a bit more and struggling to control it that bit. Then she comes once more past the umpire up to the wicket, bowls, and that is pulled firm to mid-on and caught by Dattani. It was back of a length. Smith was on it incredibly quickly. She pulled the ball powerfully, and Dattani takes a smart catch, and Smith's underwhelming Heyhoe Flint Trophy continues. She's such a fine player. Was recently signed by the Hobart Hurricanes for the Women's Big Bash. She batted beautifully well against the Central Sparks in the Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier this year. I remember I was down there for that fixture. But her race is run today, and she'll be so frustrated. It was kind of a, I guess, if you're the bowler, you're saying you rushed her and she was late on it, hence why she was kind of pulled the ball so far in front of square. If you're the batter, you may say that, no, I was actually perfectly early on it. And that's why it was driven so straight. It was pulled with power. It just dipped on Dattani at the last moment. She took a very smart catch. The score is 10-1, and Kira Chatley comes to the crease.
Yeah, the bottom hand in play there, wasn't it? She just looked to try and punch it. Put a little bit more power into the shot. It did almost die on the fielder, but in the end, Dattani doing well to make sure that she was positioned in the right place to take a very low catch and send the skipper back to the pavilion.
That is Kira Chatley, who arrives at the wicket. She had a so-so competition so far, averaging 23. It's her 11th game. She's been playing in every single game. She faced her first ball, Norris on strike. Norris on strike, Norris bowling. Chatley defending into the leg side. It's a dot ball fielded at mid-wicket, and after 3 overs, it is 10-1.
Yep, it's been a relatively circumspect start from the South East Stars. They'll obviously have the opportunity to look at this bowling attack from Thunder. We're out in the field first here, the Stars winning the toss. Bryony Smith happy with the decision at the time, disappointed to be out. First wicket to fall. Sent back on her way for 5. And now it gives the chance for Stonehouse and Chatley, the wicket-keeper, just to get to work. Phoebe Graham is going to continue from this pavilion end, running up past the umpire and bowling one down the leg side. Appeals for a catch, quickly waved away, and belatedly the arms go out and the wide is signalled. Fiona Richards is our umpire standing at this end.
My heart was in my mouth for Stonehouse there as the umpire took a very long time to give that wide.
Yeah, a real lengthy decision. We are, of course, well positioned in behind the bowler's arm. This one much straighter on off stump. The batter goes back and across and pushes down to the fielder. And the fielding is carried out by Graham, who's having first use of the ball from this pavilion end. Lovely being able to come to out grounds and see cricket as it used to be, deck chairs in play and everybody enjoying themselves, as Graham again with a little bit of width, this one outside off stump, and work to the fielder at point, who was very quickly onto the front foot and carrying out the fielding. Nice bit of work. No thoughts of a single. Chatley looks on as Stonehouse just checks her guard again. Up against Graham, who's on her way and bowling again on the pads of the opener. And this might well be a leg by. Indeed signalled. Just flicking the pads, wrapping the pads, I suppose you would say. And extras is up and running.
I thought Stonehouse might have got a little inside edge.
I wasn't sure if there was a little bottom edge, yeah.
I think she might believe she got one. And why not?
2 extras already in this over. 12 for 1 is the score. And that's much better bowling on middle and leg. Graham walks back to the top of her mark, looking much happier. The fielders on their toes, as you would expect, getting that early wicket. Always a real positive when that is the case. If you are just joining us for the live stream, Bryony Smith, the 1 wicket to fall so far. Just taking a couple of steps down the track is Chatley, pushing to the fielder at mid-on. Wind has just dropped a wee bit. The temperatures will continue to rise throughout the day. We are having this extra little positivity in September, getting towards the end of the cricket season, but this is perfect weather, as this time on the pads of Chatley, she takes 1 and has to settle. Good bit of work from the fielder, Seren Smale, who was in nice and quickly. And that is the end of the over. 13 for 1 is the score, 4 gone.
No, it must be slightly unusual. It's the kind of nature of men's and women's cricket at the moment. At the domestic level at least, you play your cricket in blocks. So this is kind of the 3rd block of the Heyhoe Flint Trophy that we've had. So I was kind of looking back at kind of the players' form, and you have to remind yourself that actually you can say, well, they're averaging X or Y in this competition, but their last innings in this competition was in July, and so you can be in a very different place form-wise in July as you are in September. And Chatley was with the Oval Invincibles, had a few games, and she faces up to Tara Norris here. Just backs away, cuts the ball behind square, smartly fielded, and there's no run.
I think it can be a positive that for players who are specialists in one competition, if they don't get the chance to play or don't play often. You look at some of the men who might not have been involved in the One Day Cup competition, the Metro Bank competition. They then might come back into the red ball stuff full of confidence and ready to go.
Almost a carbon copy, this time just dabbed out to point, where it is fielded once more.
It's a relatively short season, isn't it, the cricket season, but it can be intense with matches coming thick and fast.
I think if you're a domestic cricketer over the summer, you're very, very busy. There's stories, I was talking to a colleague of mine who was chatting to some of the men's players as Norris approaches past the umpire, and that's very full, and the top edge down to 3rd man. Fielded cleanly, and 1 single is taken. It's a couple of times Norris has just strayed in length and line, pushing it out wide. She's got away with it both times so far, and in fact that was almost just the angle I was at, probably just a bit of a misperception. I thought fielder at backward point might have been in play for a brief second, but it flew very harmlessly down to 3rd. Brings Stonehouse on strike. She's on 5 currently, and Norris into bowl once more. And that's full, and that time it is driven through the covers, And they may well run away for 4. It's a teaser, but it is also a boundary. And Stonehouse gets a second driven boundary of the innings.
Yep, just beating the field there, going between the two players situated on the offside. The sweeper is out on that shorter boundary on the leg side. Still a relatively fast outfield, and it just raced past the two fielders. They were interested, but the ball had the legs.
Norris in once more. And that's a fantastic delivery. That was that line she found at the start of her first over, where she kind of gets the ball to pitch on around middle and off stump. It just leaves the right-hander. Norris with no answers, and I don't blame her. It was a fine delivery. She's been slightly starved of the striker, Stonehouse. She's faced 11 deliveries, been 18 at the other end. I suppose these things even themselves out. She's catching up now. She awaits the final ball of this 5th over. Norris past the umpire into bowl. And again finds that better line. And Stonehouse just drops the ball into the vacant space at cover. And they scamper through for 1. And that is the end of the 5th over. And the score should and does tick over to 19 for 1.
Yep, running along at just under 4 runs and over so far in the innings. The South East Stars winning the toss and electing to bat first. This is Jamie Reid, joined in the commentary box by Cam Ponsonby, and we're very much enjoying the sun and the cricket that is on offer here at Woodbridge Road in Guildford. The two not-out batters, Alexa Stonehouse and Kira Chapley, the wicket-keeper bat. Bryony Smith, the only wicket to fall so far. Caught by Naomi Datani off the bowling of Tyra Norris for 5. Here's Phoebe Graham continuing and bowling on leg stump, and they'll come back for a couple. Good running from Stonehouse. Just working that straight delivery out to deep mid-wicket. They ran that first one very hard to open up the opportunity of coming back. And it's always a big positive when you can get a couple off the first one. Here is that stuttering start. Graham running up past the umpire, wrapping the pads. In fact, it's taken the bell. Off it goes, and there is the second wicket of the innings. And Alexa Stonehouse is on her way back to the pavilion. Both openers out inside the first 6 overs of this fixture. Perfect delivery, I suppose you would say. Just pitching and clipping the off bail. And that is the end of Stonehouse's innings. Sent back on her way for 12. Good bit of bowling from Phoebe Graham.
It was a good bit of bowling. Stonehouse would be, I think, quite disappointed there. It was kind of, what she's done so well this innings has been very positive, and particularly off the front foot, driving through the covers. And there she just got caught on the crease a little bit, hanging back. And as a result, the ball kind of snuck through bat and pad. But the positive for the Stars, it does bring Alice Davison-Richards to the crease, who's, I think, one of the finest players in the country, hence her position in playing for England. Famously made a century on her Test debut, I believe it was against South Africa, and known to be one of the more popular figures in the game as a whole.
And plenty of time to have a good look at this. It is a 50-over competition, of course, and that does give every chance to really build an innings. Certainly a little bit of repair work is required here. 21 for 2 the score in the 6th over. No issues with the runs, it's just that wickets column with those 2 early grabs for Thunder. And here is Phoebe Graham. One just keeping low here and getting in behind it. Was the new batter Davidson-Richards, who is very well regarded. Wind just getting up a wee bit more. You can see the trees away to our left-hand side. Just starting to gently rotate as Graham runs up past the umpire again, bit of width here, and that's going to be drilled away off the bottom of the bat, but it is that short boundary on the offside. As soon as it went past the ring, you knew it would just run away, and that's nice and positive, and a good start for Davidson Richards, who's off the mark with the boundary. Very good bat twirler, which is always a skill and something that's picked up by the crowd. Here is Graham bowling a good line, and making sure it's nice and tight to that off stump. The batter in behind it. Away to our left-hand side, we do have that row of seating at Guildford Cricket Club that always look after the Stars when the need arises, and it's wonderful to be here at Woodbridge Road. This one just runs past the outside edge of Davidson Richards' bat, and that is the end of the over. 6 gone, 25 for 2 the score.
I think we got an early glimpse there of Davidson Richards' quality. Phoebe Graham just missed her first real ball that I can remember where she's missed, and was punished immediately. I don't think we've seen, I wouldn't say we've seen enough of the wickets so far to gauge any real kind of conclusion. I think Stonehouse was the victim of some good bowling, maybe some tentative batting, and Bryony Smith can be such a powerful player and pulled that ball very firmly to mid-on. As a result, Thunder will be very pleased with their start. Kira Chatley's facing up. Norris will continue. She's past the umpire into the wicket, and it's absolutely relentless from Norris. That 4th stump line, she really is not. Well, I was about to say she hasn't given any width to the Stars batters, and forgetting the one boundary last over, but we all make mistakes, we can forgive her for that. Chatley continuing. At the moment, just on 2 runs so far. Been a steady start. She faces up to Norris once more. And that's once again just losing a line, just getting a bit wider, and Chatley chops the ball down to deep third. And it is 1 run to bring Davidson Richards back on strike. Davidson Richards takes her guard. Just the 1 for her. Looks like middle from this vantage point, but I'm almost certainly wrong. As you said, as Jamie mentioned, a fine bat twirler. One of the underappreciated skills. Norris in once more, and that's just back of a length, defended, and a loud call of no from Davidson Richards. There's a South African batter called Rassie van der Dussen, who is a relentless bat twirler. Very tight technique, often picked up early when he started batting, and for some of the appreciators of the finer sides of cricket, or the slightly sadder ones, who knows, it's kind of a either or. They're often in the same camp, to be honest, but I enjoyed it. Norris to bowl past the umpire up to the stumps. That's full of length and a perfect delivery. It just finds its way through to the wicketkeeper and captain Ellie Threlkeld. She turned around in admiration at Norris's delivery. I think it is just nipping off the surface. We've seen a number of plays and misses. Just where, and from defensive shots, is more to my point there, is it's not been a case of the Stars have been really attacking the bowlers and kind of occasionally getting their shapes slightly wrong. Norris to continue, and that's wider, fuller, driven, and will before it should reach the boundary. It's just slowing up ever so slightly. I think it's Geoffrey Boycott always referred to those as the perfect boundaries. You don't want to time it perfectly so the ball goes away for the 4 and the fielder can walk there. You want to make them chase it all the way, and just as they've got a bit of hope, it trickles over the rope. Davidson Richards moves on to 8.
And a bit of news from the Kia Oval. It's all over. Surrey have won that one, if you are a fan of the men's game, by an innings and 97 runs. Jordan Clark bowling Chris Rushworth for 6th. 4 wickets for him in the process.
Norris continues, and that is short of a length, and Davidson Richards has completely missed her pull shots. She kind of looks ruefully on at what could and maybe should, in her opinion, have been another boundary to her name. But that is the end of the over. We're 7 overs into this fixture here at Woodbridge Road at Guildford Cricket Club. The score is 30 for 2.
Indeed, the two batters just having a little word, and you can see with those two boundaries since coming out to the middle, Davidson Richards is one of those players who will keep the scoreboard moving. Both of these two sides will be happy, relatively happy with the state of the game so far. Certainly if we could see a partnership between Chatley and Davidson Richards. Phoebe Graham is going to continue, and there is another wicket. Would you believe it? The commentator's curse. Apologies to everybody watching the live stream. That one just seemed to almost hold its line. I was expecting it to shape away, and as it is, it sent the batter, Kira Chatley, on the way back to the pavilion. 3 wickets down now, and that is frustrating from a Stars perspective. Remember, they won the toss and elected to bat first, and 30 for 3 is the score. These two bowlers, the opening bowlers for Thunder, will be pleased by what they've achieved so far. And 2 wickets now for Phoebe Graham's. Cam.
Yeah, and well, Graham's bowled beautifully well. I think there was I think Chatley will be disappointed there in terms of it's probably finished off around just middle stump. We'll wait to see the replay when we get the feed through, but she's been looking to she was turning a bat on that, looking to play through mid wicket, and I mean every batter in history would like to have another go at the ball that gets them out. But if she had her time again, she may have looked to play that further, more towards mid on. Potentially a result of a bit of pressure building on Chatley. She looked perfectly comfortable, just wasn't necessarily 100% sure where the runs were going to come from, but nevertheless it's too little too late now, and it's Eilish Cranstone who comes to the wicket. She had big operations. She had 2 operations on her wrist, and earlier this year missed the start of the season, so she's only had 2 games in this competition. She was didn't take part in the 100, so this is her first kind of regional game for a while. Left-handed.
First left-hander we've seen, yep, so far.
I'll have to get, well, I'll hand back over to you as Phoebe Graham comes in once more.
Indeed, Graham on her way, running up past the umpire and bowling one on the pads of Cranstone, who's off the mark, takes one, thinks about coming back for a second, and quickly races through.
No, I think there we just actually kind of probably got a better interpretation of how and why Stonehouse and Chatley were bowled by Graham, because now to a left-hander we really saw her natural shape there, kind of shaping back into the left-hander's pads, and that is what did for both batters. Just that ball leaving their off kind of outside edge and coming into the left-hander.
Yeah, tight lines from Graham so far. A little bit of width just angling across the left-hander. But you have to say, certainly it's been ball dominating bat so far.
No, I don't think Graham will be too disappointed with that leave there. She's just set it out a bit wider so the ball hasn't been able to come back in. But I think she got that tiny bit straighter. I think she'll be getting that natural in shape to the left-hander.
And here is Graham continuing and bowling on off stump and carrying out the fielding herself. That was hit with a fair bit of pace back down the ground by Cranstone. Nice bit of work, and certainly picked up by the field.
Cricket coaches across the land would have been very happy with that. It was a kind of beautiful delivery, perfect on drive, and then fielded well.
Yeah, cricket at its finest. Here is that stuttering start, and then Graham running up past the umpire, bowling on the pads of Cranstone, who's working the ball down to long leg and taking a single. 1 to go in the over. 33 for 3 is the score. And we are watching the 8th over of the innings. Davidson Richards undefeated on 8 and back on to strike the right-hander. At the other end is Cranstone, who has moved on to 3. As Graham runs in once more. And just opening the face and working it down to 3rd is Davidson Richards. And that means that she will keep the bowling. And that is the end of the over. 34 for 3, 8 gone.
That was a real touch of class from Davidson Richards there. Just waited on that delivery. Probably the first time we've really seen someone kind of hang on the back foot and use the pace of the wicket, pace of the ball, and dabbing it down to 3rd, picking up that single. It was a really high quality over we saw there. I'd be interested to know if I'd love to see Graham get another over against Cranstone and maybe a change of field if they hopped one fielder from the offside over to the leg side, prevented Cranstone from being able to take that easy single when Graham gets too straight. Because it was a very attacking line. She was really attacking Cranstone's pads and the stumps. But we will have a change of bowling at the railway end, I believe it is referred to. It's Hannah Jones coming on into the attack. Hannah Jones in her first match of the competition. 24-year-old slow left arm orthodox bowler. She had a couple games for the Thunder in, this was last year actually. Up she comes to the wicket, and that's short and pulled, and goodness me, Davidson Richards gets a big thick inside edge. It hits the inside of her left heel and almost dribbles onto the stumps. Jones to continue. Up and over. That's cut off the back foot to backward point. So Jones was contracted at Manchester Originals last year. Had a couple of games for the Thunder in this time period in September last year. It's her first appearance since then. Up to the wicket bowls. And again, Davidson Richards just hanging back. So I love watching kind of quality players of spin playing spin off the back foot. It just shows how much time they have. Jones represented England A as well. So up past the stumps. And this time Davidson Richards advances down the track, defends to her feet. Unconvincingly, but that's a win for the bowler. Rachael just barking instructions out to her fielders. We're still in the power play. We've sent a second fielder out to the rope, so we have our 2 sweepers out, deep square leg and deep cover point. No, Jones has changed her mind. Well, I think her mind was always made up. I think it was Rachael's mind who she's changed. She wants to keep that pressure on in the offside. Very attacking move early on in this innings. And up she comes. I tell you what, she'll be relieved with that one because she's dropped short. Davidson Richardson has cut that ball out to the fielder, who'd just been moved to the boundary, but it finds the fielder at cover point. This is no run. Fee Morris with the fielding. Jones up to finish her over. And I tell you what, that is an over of photocopy cricket. Jones bowls, Davidson Richardson cuts, Fee Morris fields. It's a mighty fine start. Was that a maiden over, if I'm not mistaken?
Yep, the score remains 34 for 3. 9 gone. Davidson Richards got that single off the last ball of the last over. We've had the change at the railway end, but Phoebe Graham is going to continue. No real surprise. She's picked up the 2 wickets. And she's now into her 5th over. Perfect summer sun here. We are now into September. You don't necessarily expect days like this. We're in shirt sleeves, which is a real positive. 1 run to the total here.
That's just my frustration there, as Phoebe Graham's bowling so beautifully at the moment. We've got an amazing vantage point, just kind of almost up directly behind her, her bowling arm. She's getting such good shape into the left hander, and Cranstone was able just to drop her hands on the ball. It kind of just dribbles out to square leg, and that's a run. If they had a slight change to that field, she'd really be able to pile the pressure on Cranstone and take full advantage of just how well she's bowling.
Graham, right arm over the wicket, running up past Fiona Richards, our umpire, and just opening the ball down to third, opening the bat rather down to third, and picking up a single is Davidson Richards. So just keeping the scoreboard ticking. There's another train on the South West Railway, just runs up into the capital.
Really, it's almost a cliche of what English cricket looks like.
Absolutely. Yep. Glorious. Lovely to come and watch the summer sport in this weather. 36 for 3 as she just angles one across the left-hander, looking to try and bring that slip into play.
That's exactly why Graham's so dangerous to this left hand. She's challenging both edges of the bat. Cranstone's got a real challenge on her hands here, dealing with Graham. He's been bowling beautifully well. It's the last over of the power play. I expect we'll see Thunder continue to attack.
Shows how well she's bowled. The two outfielders are down at third and fine leg. Here is Graham continuing. And that one just almost dying on the batter, pushing it up to mid-on, but just bowling it out the back of the hand. It looked a slower ball to me. Certainly picked by the batter. Might have been slightly through the shot. Comfortable for Laura Delaney, the fielder. And here is Graham again, just on the pads of the left-hander, working the ball down to long leg and taking a single. 3 off the over so far. 1 or 2 people just walking, and well played, that person down at the far end, just realising that they were going to get ever so close to the boundary's edge and maybe interfere with play. Quickly stopping, 37 for 3. It would have been fine at the far end, of course, but not at this pavilion end, which is the end in which Graham is bowling. Her 5th over, and that is 5 from her now and 10 in the innings so far. The run rate 3.7 runs per over. 37 for 3, the score, 10 gone.
That's the conclusion of the power play. I'll be interested to see if we do have any more fielders hopping out onto that boundary's edge. But Hannah Jones will continue. So we do see, well, it's now Jones has first got the left-handed Cranstone. We're going to see a very straight line of attack here. I imagine we've got 4-5 field, 4 in the offside. Ring field mid-off, cover, a cover point and a backward point. We're fielder at short, fine leg. 2 fielders out on the boundary's edge, at deep back square leg and deep mid-wicket. Then a mid-wicket in the ring and a mid-on. So Jones be looking to bowl really tightly. We'll see that mid-wicket in play quite a lot. Really trying to attack those stumps. In Jones comes. Perfect start from Jones to the left-handed Cranstone. It's a real twirl of a finishing action. Spins over a front foot, quick arm, not much in the way of a follow-through. Here comes Jones once more. It's another dot ball. 8 dots in a row for Jones, who started, well, I think 8 dots in a row counts as perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's been very, very good. Nice tight lines. Knowing your game, knowing where to bowl on this wicket. Very impressive so far.
Goodness me, and that pressure immediately telling. She's just dropped short of her length slightly. Cranstone's gone to pull the ball, but it wasn't as short as she thought it was. Skidded on. I thought for a second we might be in for an LBW appeal, but instead it's a 9th dot for Jones. She approaches once more. Slightly more flight this time, and Cranstone duly obliges with a big swing. It's just the slightest misfield by Tara Norris in the covers, but it remains a dot ball. And we do see, with 2 balls left of the over, so common in kind of all cricket, all limited overs cricket around the world. We see that extra fielder drop out onto the boundary's edge, happy with a single at this stage. And Jones up to the wicket, bowls, drops short, and Cranstone there rocking back, cutting the ball out to where Tara Norris had just dropped out to. That's the first run off Jones's bowling. it's always the catch-22 of that move. Of course, if you do put that fielder out onto the boundary's edge, you do give an easier single, but it's boundaries that kill you in this format, and Jones will be more than happy with that. Into the wicket to Davison Richards. Once again, she drops short, driven back to Jones, and that struck her on the knee. And she firmed it as if she wasn't going to acknowledge it, and then started limping away very heavily. So I think that would have been a little bit sore.
She's felt that, yeah. Plenty of bottom hand again from Davidson Richards, who is very powerful in that regard. Drilling the ball down the ground, good bit of fielding, good bit of bowling again. She's been very, very economical. And that's a real positive for the Thunder. 38 for 3 is the score, 11 gone. And there is going to be a change of bowling here with Naomi Tatani coming into the attack, bowling at this pavilion end. Hannah Jones has bowled 2, 5 for Phoebe Graham, who's now out of the attack after bowling very, very nicely. 4 for Tara Norris so far. And that makes up the 11 that we've seen so far. The 2 not-out batters, Davidson Richards has 10. Cranstone undefeated on 6, and facing up here to Tatani, who gets one to swing into the left-hander. And the wind picking up here at Woodbridge Road in Guildford. We mustn't complain about the conditions, and we certainly won't, because it's glorious for this time of the year. And here is the left-arm bowler in once more, and bowling to the left-handed Cranstone, who pushes to extra cover. No thoughts of a single. It's been good from Thunder so far. Remember, it was Stars who won the toss and elected to bat first. Plenty of well-developed trees all around this ground. Excellent viewing vantage point for us, as there's plenty of width here, and just cutting backwards a square and picking up 4 runs is Cranstone. Took advantage of the width on offer and quickly put it away. Nice shot.
An excellent shot by Cranstone. I was just going back over some notes from the beginning of the season when I spoke to Stars head coach Johan Myberg, and one of the things he said about Cranstone, I was very appreciated her delivering it on cue, is how strong she is square of the wicket. We really saw that there. Throwing her hands through the ball, very quick hands, very quick bat speed, and the ball raced away for four runs.
Here is Tatani continuing and running up past the umpire and bowling with a bit of width once more, and this has beaten the infield again, and they're going to pick up 2. They might think of a single, but of a third rather, because Cranstone is very quick, and they are back for 3. Davidson Richards has to run to the other end, but the player who struck the ball so elegantly, Cranstone, knew that she would be going to the danger end. And that takes her into double digits, moves on to 13 rather, with that boundary, and then the further 3. And takes the score on to 45 for 3 in the 12th over of the innings. Tatani just at the top of her mark, runs in past the umpire again, and bowls one that just wraps the pads, and certainly the batter Davidson Richards will feel that she's just missed out there.
Yeah, she had a very animated exclamation of frustration and anger by Davidson Richards there. She threw both her hands up in the air. I think she feels like she should be on 14, not 10 right now.
Yeah, when you're bowled on your pads like that, you do look to try and put them away 9 times out of 10. This one just angling back, appeals for LBW, quickly waved away by the umpire. And that is the end of the over. 45 for 3 is the score. 12 gone.
Not much going for that LBW. It was short of length, hence why Davidson Richards attempted to kind of put it off her front foot. It just skidded on. Without doubt been pitching outside leg stump. Cranstone's really, it's amazing how quickly the kind of feel of an innings can change there. New bowler, Cranstone punishing just 2 kind of misses in length. And all of a sudden you wonder how that will translate from this end. Jones has bowled so tightly. And with the field she has, they're kind of imploring Stars to take a risk, kind of daring them. Cranstone's a very powerful player, and now she might just be ticking that a little bit more, having thrown her hands through to it. Datani, I'll be interested to see if she goes big at all against Jones in this over. It's the same field, just the 2 fielders out on the boundary at the moment, at deep mid-wicket and deep square leg, as Jones comes up to the wicket. Cranstone just backs away. I think Cranstone's really looking to give herself space, hoping for Jones to miss her length and cut her through the offside, where there is a packed ring field. If you beat them, you get 4. Jones comes up once more. That's fuller in length. Cranstone just looks to late cut that ball, just run it down to third, the vacant third area. The finest fielder behind square on the offside is just backward point, so it is an option. Jones continues. That one's flighted, and it really is cool and response. There's been 2 deliveries there from Jones where she's flighted the ball, and both times Cranstone has tried to hit it kind of over into the neighbouring areas of Surrey. Jones continues. That's straighter, and that's pulled. Should just be 1. It's fielded out in the deep, and it is 1 run.
I think you made a good point there, Cam, with those 2 fielders for the left-hander out on the leg side. You do get greater value if you can go through the offside, and we know how good Cranstone is in that regard.
Davis Richards on strike now. She backs away, drops that ball into the offside, and a misfield allows for 1 run. Seren Smell, the guilty party. I believe it was Laura Delaney who mopped up earlier. I can't quite make out her squad number from here, but the Irish international who has signed and joined the squad for this fixture. Jones to continue. Last ball of the over. And just again, Cranstone has a fiddle outside off stump, trying to... I don't know if there's that much reward in that shot, because there's not much pace in the ball. It's not the longest boundary down to third, so she might be able to get 2, maybe a boundary if she kind of times her elegant touch to perfection. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a reverse sweep from Cranstone at some point to try and really... We've seen how powerful she is square of the wicket. Whether she can just get her hands around the ball and kind of whack it down to that vacant third region, rather than trying to use what little pace Hannah Jones is giving her. With Naomi Datani to continue from the pavilion end.
Indeed, here is the left-arm bowler. It's busy out on Woodbridge Road, as you would expect. A police car just running through, and dear oh dear, that's an inside edge that's going to race away for 4. But the batter knew very little about that. You can see the frustration etched onto the face of the bowler. And that brings up the 50 inside the 14th over. But a little bit of good fortune there, Cam.
Absolutely. I think that might have been the first time Datani's really got some shape on the ball. She just got her length perfect. And it took Davison Richards by surprise. She shaped up as if it was going to continue going across her. And chopped it past her leg stump for 4 runs.
Yeah, close to that leg stump. 4 runs is the net outcome, which is a success and a positive from the Stars. Good continuation there, you would say, from the bowler. Datani making sure that that was much tighter, cramping up the batter. A good little partnership now between these two, coming together with the score on 30. Cranstone has been the more aggressive of the two in terms of run scoring. 21 they've put on. And continuing and just working the ball out to the sweeper on that leg side is Davidson Richards. They think about possibly 2, or I say they think about, Cranstone was thinking, can we turn 1 into 2? Davidson Richards quickly saying no. No chance of a second run. And that brings the left-hander back onto strike, and a little change in field. Much stronger offside field, as you would expect. No slip in play for Datani, who's on her way, running past the umpire and just trapping the batter on the crease, making it difficult, cramping her up.
I'll tell you what, it's lucky I'm not an umpire, because if I was, Eilish Cranstone would have been walking back to the pavilion there, and no one appealed in the slightest, so I think I am the one who was wrong. But
no, it's one of those where you would have expected maybe the keeper to go up and possibly the bowler, who's on her way again. Just opening the face and off the bottom edge. Not a great sound to that connection, but 1 run to the total. Rehearses the shot. And as you said earlier in the innings, Cam, always looks much better second time around.
No, absolutely. I think as a bowler at heart, I think I just give everything out. I'm always in favour of wickets in any format of the game.
Well, Stars won't want to lose too many more, having lost 3 so far after winning the toss. 53 for 3 is the score, 14 gone.
Tani just finding a bit more of a rhythm that over. I think she's had a lot more joy against the right-handed Davison Richards than the left-handed Cranstone. I can't imagine why Thunder would think of doing anything other than keeping Hannah Jones on, and she duly obliges by giving umpire Mohammed Wasim her cap. She's bowled 3 overs for 3 runs. She's been incredibly tight. 15 dot balls in her 3 overs. So just the 3 singles that have come off her bowling. That won't last. There'll have to be a tipping point, either where the Stars decide they need to go and have a crack at her, and that'll be the moment we will either see some runs flying or some wickets falling. And she comes again, and that's once more. Whenever she tosses that ball up to Cranstone, Cranstone's hopping down the wicket, really looking to drive it powerfully through the covers, but Lamb does the fielding. And Jones waits once more. She's past the stumps. That's well swept by Cranstone. Fielded in the deep. By Olivia Bell, and Jones continues. Davison Richards on strike, and just drops short. Bit quicker that delivery, and Davison Richards does well to get back and push it into the offside for a single. The only real risk attached to that shot from Davison Richards is when Hannah Jones does go that bit quicker, she gets a little bit less turn. It really is incredibly straight, but Davison Richards picks up the length very quickly. We have the left hand of Cranstone back on strike. Jones into bowl, and there Cranstone goes. She lost that high over mid-on. Will it go all the way? It doesn't. It bounces once, twice, and plugs, unfortunately, for Cranstone. She skips back for 2. But I think that's a fantastic option for her, and it really was a matter of time. And when we saw that, Jones just wavered in line there. It was a lot straighter, more on leg stump. That gave Cranstone a bit of a free hit. She timed it beautifully, just timed it up. Jones in again. There's the perfect line. Such fine margins at this stand of the game. She just strayed to the leg side, and that gave Cranstone the almost free hit where she didn't feel like her stumps were being challenged to go over mid-on. That time middle stump was targeted. Cranstone blocked the ball back down the pitch. In she comes once more. Cover had dropped out. Cranstone opens the hands. I don't think you really can describe a drive as a whip, but I'm going to do it nonetheless. Cranstone plays almost a forehand slice out to the cover boundary. As she moves on to 19, it's been a brisk little innings from Cranstone so far. She really has been the pick of the batters, bar 2 fine drives by Davison Richards. But adding a bit of tempo to the Stars innings at the end of the 15th over, it is 58 for 3.
Yeah, little purposeful innings, isn't it, this? And certainly the 2 batters together. They came together with the score on 30. They've pushed it on to 58 in decent time. And that is a positive because we've had 15 overs bowled so far. So running along just shy of 4 runs and over. They've kept it in and around that mark throughout the innings. Here is Tatani continuing, bowling her 3rd over. And this one just worked down to the fielder at long leg by Cranstone, and they take a single. Tatani has bowled 3. Phoebe Graham 5 up front. We saw 4 from Tara Norris. And Jones has been very busy and bowled very elegantly. Probably the pick of the bowlers without taking any wickets. Maybe you would say Graham with those 2 wickets. She's picked up Stonehouse and Chatley so far. We'll just run you down the scorecard, the batters that have gone. This one down the leg side, it will be signalled a wide by the umpire Fiona Richards. Bryony Smith, the first wicket to fall, with the score on 10 in the 3rd over. Tatani with the catch off Norris. Smith sent back for 5. Stonehouse, the other opener, bowled by Graham for 12, with the score on 21 for 2. That was in the 6th over. 2 overs later, Chatley bowled by Graham for 3, 30 for 3 at that stage. The right-handed Davidson Richards just pushing the ball out to extra cover and stepping across and carrying out the fielding herself. Tatani, they've been very good in the fielding in the field so far, you would have to say, Thunder.
It's been a very kind of tidy, professional display from Thunder so far. Kind of relentless competency.
Tatani continuing, running up past the umpire, angling one across, a full toss in the end. And Davidson Richards will feel that she just missed one out there, because it wasn't the best bit of fielding either from Laura Delaney. Newly into the side, and as Cam mentioned, that one just bouncing away from her. But she was quickly in behind it thereafter and stopping any thoughts for a single. Davidson Richards would have been running to the danger end. This one just angles across the right-hander. There's thoughts of a single. They quickly race through. And again, a little bit of hesitancy. But in the end, there was enough distance between where the ball landed and the wickets to allow them to get through.
There was a bit of hesitancy from everyone there. There was a delay on the run and a delay on the throw. And as it happens, the net result is a single, but a lot of cricket happening for it.
Indeed, here's Tatani continuing, bit of width, opening the face and working it down to 3rd.
No, it was Tara Norris, that last delivery. I think she thought she had more time than she really did, because she's thrown the ball out kind of 50% back to Tatani to take the bails off. And Chatley by that point was comfortably making her ground. Norris kind of raised her hands to her head to go, oh, I probably should have had a proper shot at the stumps there.
Only one win for Thunder so far in this competition, which is perhaps a surprise on the evidence we've seen so far. Angling the ball across the right-hander and picking up a single. We are going to have a little drinks break here. The chance just to refresh. On come the 2 substitute fielders. 62 for 3 is the score. 16 gone in the innings so far. Jamie Reid, and I'm delighted to say alongside me, Cam Ponsonby. And we've enjoyed what's been a very encouraging first hour so far, Cam.
No, absolutely. And Thunder were at risk of running away with it to begin with. They had Stars 30 for 3. We've had a lovely kind of blossoming partnership between Cranstone and Davidson Richards. It's kind of interesting. They've pretty much going blow for blow at the moment. Davidson Richards on 18 off 30 and Cranstone off 21 off 31. But Davidson Richards has 3 boundaries there, which has made Cranstone's innings feel that little bit livelier, just turning the strike over a bit more. Jones is going to continue, and right on cue, Cranstone rocks back and pulls the ball powerfully into the leg side to take 1 run. Jones just wavering that slightest bit at the moment. She was so tight on her lines and lengths when she started her spell. She's just getting a little bit faster and looser at the moment. Davidson Richards on strike. She shuffles down the crease. Not a lot of spin on offer for Jones, which is why her economy rate's been so impressive. She's had to be kind of perfect with her initial line. She's not going to get out of jail with any expansive turn. She's up to the wicket once more. And Davidson Richards is back and cuts the ball away past bell at point, where it is fielded on the boundary by Collins. I would love to see a reverse sweep from either of these batters. That is my own biases and prejudice talking. I think it's one of the best shots in the sport, just for moments like this where there is no protection for Thunder to either batter behind square on the offside. A boundary option is there. In Cranstone goes, and Cranstone thinks similarly, but instead looks to cut behind square, and they scamper through one to Tara Norris. Tara Norris left-handed, it just gone to her right, which gave Davis Richards enough time to run through. Jones in once more, this time to Davis Richards. Perfect in line and length. It's blocked into the leg side for a dot ball. That one's floated up and driven powerfully, but for no run to mid-off. And that should, unless I'm mistaken, be the end of the over. It is indeed the end of the over. That is 65 for 3 after 17 overs.
And the Stars third in the table with 5 wins, 4 defeats and 1 no result so far. And Cam, a point that you picked up on with Thunder, 6th in the table with that 1 solitary win, 3 defeats, 4 no results and 2 ties, which is almost unheard of.
No, it is unusual. They've only had, as you mentioned, 1 win in the competition, and yet they're still in with a shout of making that top 3 and getting through to finals. Basically need to win and keep winning, and well, they were going about that task perfectly half an hour ago. Now it's probably, I'd still say you'd rather be in Thunder's camp than Stars, but a far more even Stevens part of the game. We're now having the official drinks break. 2 batters had called for a change of gloves and a quick sip of water and Lucozade beforehand. But now after an hour's play, both teams have the chance to rehydrate, and well, it'll be needed on this perfect day in Guildford. There was another excellent game of cricket down here on Saturday. I'll be shocked if you're across it at all, Jamie, given I imagine the amateur cricket scene in Surrey isn't necessarily everyone's bag, but Guildford were playing Sunbury, the respective first 11's men's teams, and it was a winner takes all for the Surrey Championship Premier Division, and unfortunately for the home team, Sunbury got over the line. Surrey's Amar Verdi was there with bat in hand at the end as they won by 3 wickets, chasing, I think it was around 270. And by all accounts, there was a very healthy crowd down. It was Guildford's first year back in the Premier Division, having got promoted last year, and in years gone by, it's been more of a yo-yo. If you get promoted to the Premier Division, you come straight back down. So a very fine accomplishment by Guildford Cricket Club. Behind us, just over our right hand shoulder, there's lots of photos of various Guildford winning teams, and well, I guess this sounds mean to say, but there won't be another one because they came second, but a fine season nonetheless. Back to a Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. The Stars will be very happy with their recovery, also their position in the table, currently 3rd, so they continue their form, they'll reach the next stage of the competition.
Yep, slight change, isn't it, this season with the double round robin and the knockout finals. The teams play each other, or have played and are playing each other home and away. 4 points for a win, a bonus point to the winning team's run rate if it's 1.25 or greater that of the opposition. The league winners go through to the final, so the team that finishes top and the 2 teams in 2nd and 3rd will play off for that 2nd finalist spot. We are, of course, now into the final couple of weeks of group fixtures. The games finish on September the 16th, and then the playoff game is on Thursday of that week, the 21st of September, with the final on the Sunday, which is the 24th of September. So lots to look forward to this month if you are a fan of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. There's that wonderful programme on Sky Sports if you are following it or have followed it, charting women's cricket over the years. And certainly that name, Rachael Heyhoe Flint, synonymous with all that is good about the women's game. And the Stars, after winning the toss and electing to bat, 65 for 3 with 17 overs gone in the innings so far. And the 2 not out batters Alice Davidson-Richards. Has 11 and 14 at the other end. To the other not-out batter, Ailish Cranstone. 65 for 3 is the score, and a change in bowling, Cam.
It is indeed. I believe this is Bell coming into the attack. Olivia Bell, 19 years old, made her debut for Scotland women this time last year, almost a year to the day. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration from me. September 23rd, but I'm sure you can let me off.
I'll certainly let you off. The fielder, they did momentarily have 3 out, but just coming into the ring on the offside, which means that there's 2 sweepers on that leg side. We're going to have spin from both ends, because you can't see Hannah Jones coming out of the attack with the way she's bowled so far. So Olivia Bell getting her first opportunity. Fiona Richards is our umpire at this pavilion end as she runs up past her, gives this one plenty of flight and driving and being caught at extra cover. Would you believe it? Just that little bit of elevation. She's been so impressive, Cranstone. Little bit of width on offer, driving elegantly but straight into the arms of the fielder, making no mistake. And there is the 4th wicket of the innings so far. 65 for 4 inside 18 overs. And it's going to bring Paige Schofield to the crease. She's been in fine form so far, but frustrating to see Cranstone depart after doing all of the hard work.
Yeah, as a spectator of this match, I'm deeply disappointed because Cranstone had been playing such an entertaining innings to that point. Oh, she'll be absolutely sick to death with that. It was just tossed up. Bell's bowling with a fantastic pace, and it's just she bowled really full that delivery. Cranstone just hasn't got over the ball. Kind of pops a catch up to cover, having previously driven so powerfully and from such strong positions. That really does open the door up again for Thunder.
Indeed it does. Seren Smale was the fielder who took the catch, and Cranstone sent back for 23. Schofield coming out, the South African who has been in good form and will need to continue here and try and play aggressive alongside Davidson-Richards, who's hit a couple of boundaries but been a little bit circumspect by her standards. The scoreboard probably dictates that with those 4 wickets picked up. This now, as you will say, if wickets continue, a big partnership required.
This really is a lovely start from Bell. She's getting a lot of revolutions on the ball, a lot of dip on her deliveries.
Running up again and bowling to the right-hander, this one just drifting in. And Schofield needing to be watchful. Fielder just being sent out to the deep cover boundary. Tatani is in that position, but no thoughts of trying to bring her into play. Again, Schofield just covering up. And that is the end of what's been a very good first over from Olivia Bell.
Yeah, I'm emotionally torn at the moment, Jamie. Honestly, I thought Cranstone was building a really special innings there. And it's such a disappointing way to go, such a tame way to go. But on the flip side, it was a fantastic start by Olivia Bell. We've got a better vantage point to watch Bell's bowling than we do for Jones. And whereas Jones has been kind of relentless in her accuracy, Bell was really getting a proper rip of the ball. She wasn't necessarily getting much kind of sideways turn, but she absolutely was getting late dip on the ball. And we might be slightly, well, we do see a change of bowling.
Is it Fee Morris?
At the far end, it is indeed Fee Morris, who's fresh off a record-breaking showing in the 100. She thinks she got the competition's best ever figures, 5 for 7 off the top of my head. So the trial by spin will continue. I might be slightly surprised to see Schofield as low as 6. She's had a remarkably binary year. She arrived at South East Stars from Vipers and started like an absolute train with 2 centuries. As Morris just begins her over against Davidson Richards on the money straight away, so it's blocked down the ground. She scored 2 centuries in the Heyhoe Flint, and then went to the Charlotte Edwards Cup and had a pretty torturous time, truth to be told. Averaged 8 across the competition. Went okay in the 100, and here she is back in her favoured format, 50 overs, as Alice Davison-Richards hammers the ball up to long on to take a single. Well, I say it's her favoured format. She hasn't told me that. I just assume, given she's averaging 55 in one of them and 8 in the other, I know which one I prefer to be playing in.
Yeah, indeed. She's certainly been in glorious, imperious form, I suppose you would say.
Morris up to the wicket once more. Schofield defends the ball just down at her feet.
331 runs at 55.16 with the highest score of 134. I think you could draw your own conclusions.
Morris up past the wicket, tosses up that one just that little bit more. It's misfielded by Smale at cover. It's the second one of those for her this evening, and she kind of looks around with a bit of a guilty look on her face. I think Morris will remind her of that later on. It'll be fine if they win. Morris in, Davis-Richards on strike, and that is chipped up into the air and drops into a vacant area. Just took the leading edge. Davis-Richards seems to have taken a slightly different change of approach to the off spin of Morris. I suppose it's the first time she's really facing the kind of slightly different bowler to Bell at the other end. She's really standing all the way across her stumps, as is Schofield here. She drops back, cuts, and another misfield, this time by Collins, I believe. And they scamper back for 2, and it's just skipped off the surface. I don't think that is Collins. I might have given a false. No, it is Collins. Couldn't read the number from my. I do this every time. I don't bring my contact lenses because I tell myself I have good vision, and I come to a place where I'm quite far away. And sometimes it's wrong. Sometimes I think I'm lying to myself more than anything, to be honest, Jamie.
Well, you were right first time, which is the most important thing, Cam.
I was correct. And then I went, I think that's 31, and I went, but no, that can't be 31 because Morris can't be bowling and fielding all at the same time. Indeed, it was Collins, but Bell is to continue.
We can quickly see the 4 on the back of that shirt, so we know that it is going to be Olivia Bell, and the spin continues as this time just trapped on the crease and pushed back.
That's such a good ball from Bell. It's really grips and turns sharply. She's bowling up much quicker than her 2 fellow spinners who's been on show today.
Bowling in sunglasses, and Davidson-Richards, who has 21, knows that she needs to be there for a long time, and she's just missed out. It's just going to wrap the pads and go down to the fielder on the 45 on that leg side. They see an addition to the score. Takes the score on to 70 for 4, 71 for 4 rather, with the addition, and we are into the 20th of the 50 overs that are going to be bowled. Another quicker delivery outside off stump. She's going to rattle through the overs. Both of these 2 spin bowlers will look to try and do that and just hurry these South East Stars batters. Here she is again, bowling a slightly slower delivery. 1 or 2 people just making their way down from the railway station. They've got a little make-up gazebo by the look of it. Perfect blue skies, great weather for cricket. Working the ball to backward point is Schofield, who moves on to 4 and brings Davidson-Richards back onto strike, and more of that bat twirling that we do love and admire. Here is Bell continuing, perfect in defence. Here's Davidson-Richards, and that is the end of the over.
It's Bell's first game in the Heyhoe Flint this year. She did have 4 matches in Charlotte Edwards where she performed phenomenally well, to be honest. An average of 8 with the ball, which I think is going to win you more games than it doesn't. Best of 4 for 37, but her most impressive showing, if I can just pull up the card quickly, was 3 for 9 to take Thunder 2 finals. think the headline on ESPN Cricket Info was Bell delivers spell of dreams, which I think is a pretty good summation. Fee Morris will continue. She's had a fantastic 100 with that record-breaking spell. She also got 50 in her last match with the bat. And she bowls to Schofield. A big full toss. Will it split the fielders? It does split the fielders. 4 runs. And Schofield just gives a show of rolling the wrist to her partner Alison Davis-Richards, just to remind me, oh yeah, pick the gap. Unfortunately for Morris, that ball did get what it deserved. There were 2 fielders out on that fence, Tara Norris and Naomi Datane. It split the pair of them. Morris in once more, and that is tossed up. Still very full of length. Good from Morris. So often you see spinners drop their length after a full toss as they just look to overcorrect. But she's kind of stayed brave and stayed full. And to the wicket once more, and that's a lovely delivery. Really beautiful pace to that ball, lot of dip on it. Schofield just works the ball to Lamb at mid-wicket. Still just the 2 fielders out, bowling very straight at the right-handed Schofield. Into the wicket once more. She just loses a line out to the offside, and Schofield looks to cut. She throws her head back in frustration. It's a very simple game plan for Thunder at the moment. They have 4 fielders in the ring and the offside. You have protection out on the leg side. You bowl straight. Look to get your dots at cover mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. If you lose your line too straight, you have protection on the leg side. Here comes Morris once more. And that just takes her pad, dribbles out into the leg side, and it is no run.
Yeah, a 5-4 leg side field with those 2 sweepers. 3 in the ring on the leg side, but there is that protection if you do bowl or stray onto the pads.
Morris in once more. I think that might have just been an arm ball. Just saw her wrist come the other side of the ball, push the ball with that index finger to finish the over. It's a dot ball. I always remember kind of appreciation of the skill of professional cricketers. For 1 year at my cricket club, Ian Salisbury, the former England spinner, was the coach. I'm an off-spin bowler in everything but name, or all but name. I've never turned a ball in my life. Ian Salisbury was trying to show me how to bowl the arm ball.
Bell is going to continue very uppish this. It might well be calling the fielder into play, and that's a great piece of fielding, you have to say. It was worked out towards the fielder at a very straight mid-wicket, running round and taking the catch. Fee Morris just finished bowling at one end and then taking a very, very good catch from the other end to give Olivia Bell her 2nd wicket of the innings so far. And unfortunately, that is the end of Alice Davidson-Richards. She's looked good for 21 in patches, but she's sent on her way back. 76 for 5 now, Cam.
Yeah, that's a wicket born of pressure. Alison Davis-Richards was on 21 of 40 deliveries, and she felt she had to change something. And it is, I kind of threw my head back as that ball went up in kind of element of frustration, but then I kind of on the flip side, had she executed the shot properly, it'd gone for 6, it'd gone for 4. I've been praising her intent, looking to move the innings forward. As it happens, it hasn't worked, and whether it is a poor shot because she got out or the right idea and poor execution, I think she'll come to her own conclusions. I'm not quite sure at the moment myself. I think you could make a case that with so long remaining in this innings and given how important Davis-Richards is, you could look to continue churning the strike over, getting stars up to 150, 200 and beyond.
Chloe Hill is the new batter. Sent out to the middle with the score on 76 for 5. We're watching the 22nd over of the innings, and Bell will continue. She's been impressive so far. Just getting in behind it, pushing it to the fielder. Or on the offside, I should say, and she's going to continue here. Bowling one that just drifts in. It was a decent delivery. A chance just to get off the mark, though. A little bit of bat here.
And I think to rather than question Davis-Richards' kind of process. But you've got to praise Bell as well for how much revolution she's getting the ball. She really got that to dip on Davison Richards.
This time Bell coming slightly wide off the crease and angling one in once more to Schofield. A lot expected of that particular player now. 8 not out. Needs to try and guide the Stars towards a target. And that's very, very impressive. Beating the infield, and it's raced away for 4 runs there. 4 welcome runs. Takes her into double figures. The score on to 81 for 5. Wouldn't necessarily have been in the script this to be 5 wickets down at this stage. Thunder may be an underrated side in this competition. Got some decent bowlers, certainly some good spin bowlers who are really starting to show their worth. 2 wickets for Bell. Very close to making that 3.
Olivia Bell is bowling a phenomenal spell at the moment. That was the perfect off break. She's really getting that ball to kind of drift away from the right hander and then spin sharply back into the stumps. That's ripped through the gate of Schofield, who, having just executed a perfect cover drive earlier in the over, probably went again. Olivia Bell has been the star of the show so far. It's been a really impressive bowling showing throughout. I thought Phoebe Graham was excellent at the top of the order.
She was, yeah.
Hannah Jones so tight, so accurate with her spell. And then where Olivia Bell is taking that one step further, she's both been incredibly accurate, incredibly relentless and economic, but also incredibly attacking. She's 2 for 6 off 3 overs, and it's been a real treat to watch as Fee Morris continues with Chloe Hill on strike. Just strays down the leg side. That may well run away for 4. It's being chased towards the boundary. It does make it for 4 runs. Chloe Hill, I just was looking down on my notes and missed whether it was signalled as 4-leg buys or 4 runs. Chloe Hill, just the 1 game in this competition so far, but with 63 in that fixture. She's more than happy with her showing.
Runs given to the batter, yep.
Runs given, perfect. Always a good and positive result for, well, Chloe Hill in this instance. In comes Morris once more. Again, just gets a tiny bit straight. Norris with the fielding. Very tidy, whips the ball into Threlkeld behind the stumps. Threlkeld, one of many fantastic women's wicket keepers in the country at the moment. Fee Morris in once more. And it's an absolute carbon copy. Dropped out to Tara Norris at square leg. Whips the ball into Threlkeld, who cleans it up. Morris in once more. That's short, and this time it's pulled out to Tatani on the square leg boundary. I don't think Morris will be too disappointed with Hill's method of attack here. That was a shorter delivery and was pulled, and fine, we carry on. But before, when it was a bit fuller and Chloe Hill was really turning her wrists on the ball, gives a chance just to beat that inside edge and threaten the stumps. Schofield on strike now. She goes the other way, opening up her wrists and guiding the ball out to Olivia Bell. At backward point. I can guarantee you one thing. This might be Olivia Bell's first game in this competition this season, but it will not be her last. Morris continues. That one's tossed up. Well driven, but just finds the hands of mid-on. That is the end of the over, and it's 86 for 5 after 23.
The voice of Cam Ponsonby alongside myself, Jamie Reid, very much enjoying this fixture between the South East Stars and Thunder. Remember, it was Stars who won the toss and elected to bat first, and you are watching the live stream of South East Stars here. A little bit of cricket news for you. One of England's Ashes stars, Lauren Bell, will play no further part in England Women's Vitality IT20 or Metrobank ODI series against Sri Lanka. Bell continues to recover from the illness that ruled her out of the first 2 Vitality IT20 fixtures. Olivia Bell here is going to continue and starts this latest over very nicely, getting towards the halfway point of the innings. We're into the 24th over of the 50. The first one was a dot. The second one is worked out to the fielder at deep square leg, and they take a couple. Quickly back for a second, which enables Chloe Hill to move on to 8 at the other end. Schofield, the non-striker, undefeated on 12. 88 for 5 is the score. This one pushed back down the track to the fielder at mid-on. And Bell going wide of the crease once more, angling this one back in to the batter, who covers up and pushes out to extra cover. Good crowd in place here. More and more people wanting to get involved. All relative, of course. You were watching a men's game at the Kia Oval. You'll see many more in attendance, but this one well supported, which is encouraging. The women's game continuing to grow, growing at a great rate, and watching this kind of activity and this kind of competition will only help. That is the end of the over. Racing through it is Olivia Bell. She's bowled 3 now, and that is the end of the 24th over, with the score on 88 for 5.
I'm sure Olivia Bell's friends and family are the founders of the Olivia Bell fan club. But I'd like to swiftly join it. I think she's been bowled incredibly well, and just the amount of action she gets on the ball has been so impressive. Reminds me a little bit, I remember seeing Kaylee Moore in the Stars earlier this season, and got a similar impression where Kaylee Moore was a bit more of a traditional off-break bowler, a bit more kind of loop and coming over the wicket and late dip and conventional shapes, but Bell's really sharp turn as Morris continues. Morris, more of the white ball one day off spin variety, a bit flatter, a bit more direct in her lines of attack. Morris comes up to the wicket once more. That one just a little bit fuller, and it beats short fine leg. That'll be 4 runs to Schofield. Beats the sparing dive at short fine leg. Jones there, the fielder, who helpless to help out. Well, helpless to help out our mate, but I think that's a bit cruel. Well, nothing she could have done about that one. They really do have a wealth of spin bowling talent at Thunder. 3 on show today as Morris continues. Dabbed out into the offside for a dot ball. Of course, Thunder had Alex Hartley for a number of years, who recently announced her retirement. Housemate of Fee Morris. Pair living together up in Manchester as Morris continues. That's driven by Schofield up to mid-off for a dot ball. Morris to continue. Up and over and whipped over mid-wicket. Square leg even, just for one shot. I think on aesthetics alone it would be worth a lot more. Schofield's back leg trailing in the air. Flourish of the bat. Somehow it's just 1 run, but if cricket was a style game, she'd be getting quite a few more runs than that for that shot.
Glamorous.
Absolutely.
Glamorous, wasn't it? Yep.
Morris to Chloe Hill. And that should conclude the 25th over. And it does conclude the 25th over. We reach the halfway point. It's 93 for 5. Thunder will be the far happier of the two sides. 2 wickets away from really closing in on, well, the close of the Stars' innings. But Paige Schofield has been in such fine form in this competition. Those centuries now a number of months ago, but nevertheless the format's one that suits her. She's a player of real quality. And likewise at the other end, Chloe Hill, just the 1 innings in this competition, but a half century to her name. But Olivia Bell will continue from the pavilion end.
Wearing the number 4 shirt and into her 4th over. She runs up past umpire Fiona Richards. Messrs Richards and Mohammed Wazim, the two umpires for this fixture. We're at Woodbridge Road in Guildford, where the next ball is just outside off stump and worked away out to that deep cover boundary. Datani does the fielding. They pick up another one, and as Schofield moves on to 18, it brings Hill back onto strike, and this time she just works it down to the vacant third. They should be able to pick up two here, and they are quickly back. The fielder chased it down towards the boundary's edge, but that first one was run very quickly, and it enabled the chance to get back, and that is duly what happened. And now, with the score on 96 for 5, this next ball is just pushed up to mid-off. And a chance to come again here for Bell. Plenty of width. Work to the fielder at backward point. Another dot, some of these dots being joined up, and the run rate has dipped under 4 runs and over. With two good batters at the crease, you won't be too concerned, but you do want to put a challenging total on the board. Wicket's got a green tinge to it. 96 for 5 is the score. 26 overs bowled. We are now past the halfway stage, and the two batters walk to the middle just to have a little chat with each other and exchange views on where the team is at this particular point.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to maybe pull Bell off after, even now, one more over. I think she's bowled fantastically well, but she's just starting to lose her line and lengths a little bit. Whether it be a case of, well, Sophie Morris continues, and that's full, driven, fielded by Collins, and just whether maybe this is my own kind of fears of ruining your own figures, but she's been borderline perfect so far as Morris continues. Slightly shorter, Schofield rocks back and cuts. It's fielded at cover. And whether from the confidence perspective of her as a 19-year-old, if she comes out of the attack now, she'll have bowled basically the perfect spell, and the confidence that gives you, and she come back later as a second set. That's a hack from Schofield, and it goes off into the leg side for a single. Datani does the fielding on boundary's edge.
Well, Ellie Threlkeld might well look to Emma Lamb, who is going through some warm-up routines. Maybe the captain's heard you, Cam.
That is me being greedy. If you looked on the scoreboard card, 5 overs for Olivia Bell, 2 for 11. Really has been I'm kind of at risk of going over the top here, but I've been so impressed by the late dip, the kind of a sharp turn she gets. I think she's been the pick of the bowlers by a distance as Morris continues. And that's a pretty, given the Stars are 97 for 5 after 26, there's been a number of fine bowling performances. Bell and Morris at this end, none for 19 off 4.5 so far. And that's pulled away, beats Norris at square leg, but Datani's behind her and cleans up. It's just the 1 run, brings Schofield back on strike.
And interesting, as soon as Schofield comes back, the deep square leg just pushes out to the fence.
Morris continues. That's wider of off stump, that's driven, should be fielded at mid-off, is fielded, but it's a diving stop that allows Stars the chance to scamper through. Schofield, not for the first time this innings, just gives a wry look, a wry comment to her batting partner. She drops her head slightly to go, God, I thought I'd managed to sneak that one through for 4. But a fine over with both bat and ball there, and well, I tell you what, Jamie, well done us, because a bowling change is being made. Olivia Bell is finished, and Emma Lamb is coming on. So full marks to us.
Indeed, yes. It's not often that we get it right up here, but on this occasion, with your prompting, we have managed to deduce what might happen next. And I tell you what happened last, it was a great bit of fielding, wasn't it? Because the thing that you want to see is that good fielding, and Laura Delaney did just that. She's been fielding at mid-off pretty much throughout this game at both ends. And that one's down the leg side, and that might just run away for 4 wides here. I think it is going to beat the fielder. Not the start that we wanted to see, or not the start Emma Lamb wanted to produce. And that is the 100 coming up. 104 for 5 is the score into the 28th over of the innings. Perfect blue skies, sunshine here at Guildford. And this one again.
Emma Lamb's a very, very lucky there.
She's got away with a couple, yeah, well, certainly that last one.
Throwing it down leg side again, it's intercepted at short fine leg.
Just needs to try and tighten up her line, and that's what she'll be aiming to do here. As again, you can see what she's trying to do, work it onto leg stump, but it's just going to give the batter the opportunity to pick up 4 more runs.
She didn't have much of a bowl in the 100, and it's been a very poor start from Lamb, truth be told. I think she's trying to dart the ball into the wicket.
She's just bowling a bit too straight, though, isn't she, on the pads of the batter?
All 3 deliveries have gone down the leg side. She's bowled 2 legal balls so far. 9 runs have come from them. And under pressure from the off here.
Yeah, indeed. It's been by far the most expensive over of the innings, but that is much better.
It's very well bowled. Good recovery.
Just pushing Schofield back, stopping her from advancing, and she's going to continue with the score on 108 for 5, and that's much better. She's bowling just outside off stump on that 4th stump line, making sure that it's tricky for the batter, and it asks the questions of Schofield, who's 24 not out and facing up once more. And this time with width, she can just drill the ball out to the fielder and just beat the fielder at deep cover. And 4 more runs to the total. And we mentioned that she likes this competition. We said that it's a competition that she fancies and she's aggressive. And she moves on to 28. And certainly we need to see someone get in amongst the runs. It is the top score of the innings so far. This one, a slower delivery, just tries to open it up and work it down to the vacant 3rd. Not too much in the way of bat speed here. And that is a dot to end up, or to end that last over, the 28th over of the innings. 112 for 5 is the score. The South East Stars winning the toss and electing to take first use of this wicket.
A loose over from Lamb there. She's gone for 3 boundaries, one of which was 5 wide, and then the other 2 off the bats of Schofield. And the 2 very different boundaries. One you're fine with, the drive through the offside is absolutely fine, it's a kind of a good ball, a positive shot. And Emma Lamb won't be too disappointed with her back end of that over as Morris continues in her now very long spell. And Chloe Hill defends out into the offside. Paige Schofield been really showing more than just a touch of class in her innings so far. Her cover drives have been impeccable, and she's put away a number of any bad balls she has received, and a few of the good ones too. Morris up to the wicket once more. Chloe Hill just closes her hands on that delivery, drops the ball into the leg side, splits the fielder at mid-wicket and square leg. Picks up 1, brings Schofield back on strike. As Jamie noted, the fielders now, Tara Norrison now drops out onto the boundary. Morrison into the wicket once more. That's tossed up outside off stump, and at bottom edge, the ball almost hops over the stumps and away for 4. And there is no justice in the world if you're a bowler sometimes, because for the briefest moment, Morris would have been dead set. She just removed Paige Schofield with a fine bit of bowling, but as it happens, a bottom edge hops over the stumps and away for 4 runs. All happened in slow motion, that. Anyway, Morris to continue, and another delivery tossed up. This time fielded by Smale, and Smale, who has had two pretty poor misfields in that position so far. Has greeted with a few sarcastic cheers from her teammates. There's no mercy in a sporting dressing room. Driven firmly again by Schofield.
41 these two have put on, and Schofield has been the aggressor, taking her score on to 32.
Absolutely. Chloe Hill just contributing 12 of those 41 runs. Morrison once more, and that's swept to Bell at short fine leg. Everywhere you look out on that pitch, you've got Thunder spinners, P. Morris bowling, Bell fielding, Jones fielding even, beg your pardon. Bell now trots over to the fielding position that Jones just was in. And Emma Lan to continue. Her last over going for double digits, the first double digits over of the innings, and they do really make a difference. We're staying the same field with 4-5 offside field. Lamb up to the wicket, and again that sneaks down the leg side. It's a wide. Chloe Hill's missed out there. I think Emma Lamb really needs to settle this over, or I fear it may be her last.
She's going to continue running up past the umpire, and again it's going to be another wide. She needs to try and just readjust the radar here. She's darting it in and outside that leg stump, and that is why the umpire keeps calling wide. Fiona Richards is standing at this pavilion end. Plenty of bowling options, of course. Lamb, a batting all-rounder, and coming wide of the wicket this time and throwing it the other side, and again it's going to be another wide, 3 in a row. And just as Cam called Emma Lamb into the attack, I think he might well be making the correct call, that she might take a little rest at the end of this over. This one slightly better, but again plenty of width on offer, and the batter will feel that perhaps she's missed out there. Schofield, we know how good she is, 32 and facing up and working the ball just backward a square on that leg side, picking up a single.
And I think from a Stars perspective, I think Lamb really struggling with her radar at the moment. You may, well, I was going to say you may look to capitalise on this over, but I think you may get a loose one as well.
Wide of the wicket again, and that's a poor piece of fielding. It's going to run away down to the boundary's edge, the vacant long leg boundary. You would perhaps expect a little bit more from the fielder. Maybe I'm doing a bit of a disservice to Hannah Jones. She's dived over it.
I think for the sake of her teammate, it would have been really appreciated in that moment. Lamb really struggling with the ball at the moment. If she just had been bailed out by a great piece of fielding, that's well bowled.
Yep, much better. Bowling on the pads of the batter, who's looked very, very accomplished so far, Paige Schofield, moving on to 36. The best of the bunch so far in terms of score and style out there in the middle. This time she pushes up to mid-off, and the fielding is carried out by Laura Delaney. Delaney standing right by the disc on the 30 metre, this time leg side. Another couple are going to be picked up here. Schofield quickly turns back for a second as the ball is fizzed in from the long leg boundary. That is the 50 partnership between these two coming together with the score on 76. They've pushed it on to 127, and you have to say very, very impressive with Schofield leading the way. She has 38. Chloe Hill at the other end undefeated on 13. 30 overs have been bowled in the innings so far, and the South East Stars 127 for 5.
No, Emma Lamb just taking a leave from the field as well at the end of that over. It was a fantastic shot by Schofield at the end that went for 2. I'm not really sure how she managed to strike the ball so powerfully. She's kind of a late flick of the wrists. Got herself 2 more runs, and I think Emma Lamb's getting the support of her teammates there actually. I saw Phoebe Graham putting an arm around her. Does happen to almost every bowler at times, just the radar goes and it's an unpleasant experience. Morris to continue. And that is picked up by Chloe Hill. Is it going to be caught by Datani? It is caught by Datani on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Chloe Hill holds the bat up against her head in almost disbelief. In truth, it was quite a well executed shot. Ball was up outside off stump. And Hill just got down on one knee and picked the ball up over mid-wicket, almost by instinct. And then a look of shock and horror on her face as she saw Datani settling underneath the ball. A cheap wicket, but on another day that lands 5 yards either side of Datani, and it's 4 runs to Hill, who had been batting beautifully well. As it happens, it's the 6th wicket that's going to fall. That has fallen for South East Stars. And the score is 127 for 6. Jemima Spence, the next batter to come to the crease. That's a real bonus wicket for Thunder there. Schofield and Hill had brought up the 50 partnership. And given they were 30 for 3, 127 for 5, that's a very happy compromise to reach from a Stars perspective. But now, the scales of the game just tip that bit further again in Thunder's favour. And Fee Morris picks up a wicket, which I think I'll categorise as well deserved. I think she's bowled. She's now into her 7th over. She's been going at 4.5 and over. She's not necessarily been as controlled as Hannah Jones or Olivia Bell, but nevertheless been doing a very fine job for her team, picking up a deserved wicket. I'll call it a deserved wicket. And here she is once more. Spence turns the ball away into the leg side for a dot. Just the pressure edges that a bit more onto Schofield at the other end. Spence just 17 years of age. And that is well bowled by Morris. It's been given a wide, and I don't think Morris necessarily agrees with the decision. It was darted in at leg stump. I thought, to be honest, I thought it hit the batter flush on the pad, but that was absolutely incorrect because it went through to wicketkeeper Threlkeld. Back Spence goes, working the ball into the leg side. She's had a number of outings in this year's Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Made 45 against the Vipers, not out last year at the back end of last season in a fine innings. 29 against the Storm earlier this year at Bristol. Yeah, she's just settling into her innings. A few dot balls to start, playing a bit of catch with mid-wicket, well, catch along the floor at least. Morris in once more. And again, well, they're taking a quick single here. Tara Norris, if it hits, it's out. And Jemima Spence very casually runs her bat in. I thought it looked briefly like she'd given up on the run, but actually she'd given up just because she was comfortably home. But I had my heart in my mouth, even if Spence didn't.
It's an unnecessary risk to take, isn't it, for one?
Morris to continue. That's beautifully bowled. A perfect delivery to end the 31st over. Convention dictates you double the score of a 50-over game after 31 to find the final total, but convention doesn't dictate that you can double the wickets, because there'll be 12 wickets down after 50 overs if that was the case, and that's not allowed. They'll be all out for quite a long time by that point. I think at this point, not quite sure what I'd consider a good score for Stars to be aiming for at this point. 200 is always better than not. Always a benchmark to reach for.
Olivia Bell is back. Bowled very nicely, picking up those 2 wickets of Cranstone and Davidson Richards, who both flirted with putting a very good score on the board. As it is, they scored 23 and 21. Schofield has been the most impressive of the batters on display so far, moving on to 38. And she's standing at the moment at the non-striker's end, and that is because Jemima Spence is facing up to Bell, who bowls one on leg stump. She works it out to mid-wicket. No thoughts of a single. I think you're right. Anything north of 200, and you're thinking to yourself, Cam, that does bring the bowlers into play. It gives them an opportunity to bowl just as effectively as what we've seen from Thunder so far. This one just turned round the corner onto the 45, and again, another dot ball, which is something that Bell has been able to deliver on a consistent basis. 129 for 6 is the score. Dot ball there just signalled by the umpire. She thought about starting, and it was a false start. Here she is again, wide off the crease and bowling to the batter, who covers up and just pushes forward. Three balls bowled. 3 dots so far. Just getting busy going up towards the town. People going to carry out their duties. We're watching cricket.
Bell's all over Spence this over so far. It's fantastic 4 deliveries.
Well, Bell's been very good, hasn't she? She really has, into a 5th over now. And again, a big LBW shout. The umpire just waves it away. And they pick up. In fact, she's given it. That is so late. She really took her time. And it looked like they've run through for the single, as it is. After plenty of deliberation, that is the end of Jemima Spence. She's been sent back, trapped leg before wicket. A 3rd wicket for Olivia Bell. The 2 umpires go to talk to each other. And I tell you what, Cam, that was plenty of deliberation before that index finger went up.
That was a slow but ultimately brutal death delivered by umpire Fiona Richards there. The ball had hit a pad. It looked like an excellent shout, whether it was potentially doing a bit too much. And Olivia Bell went for the 2nd wave of appeal after the ball had already almost reached the boundary down at deep third. And up went the finger. And I must say, it was coming. I wasn't necessarily sure Spence had an answer to Bell in that over. From the 4th ball of the over, as soon as Bell got wide of the stumps, she went for the sweep shot, which was a good option, get to be proactive attacking. But Bell's been so impressive and takes a deserved 3rd wicket.
7 down now in the innings. 129 for 7 is the score. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is the new batter coming out to join Schofield, who we've mentioned is 38 not out, and she now needs to think, do I have to push the throttle? Do I have to really get going? I'm on to 38. I really want to try and be there at the end. And we want to try and use up these overs. There's still 18 and a bit to go. The ball just given back to Olivia Bell, who's picked up 3 wickets so far. And the South East Stars have got work to do here. 129 for 7 is the score.
No, I wouldn't have been surprised. No, Lamb fielding there at cover. Fizzes the ball into wicketkeeper Threll Keldon. That's the end of Bell's over. I know Lamb only bowled the 2 overs and they were expensive, so she came off as a result. But given the wicket at the other end from Fee Morris, I wouldn't have been surprised if Thunder had made that change anyway. Just getting into that top of the tail, they had the opportunity to really attack and then bring Bell back in. At risk of labouring the point, she has been so incredibly impressive, playing both the holding role you want from your spinner in the middle overs, but also the attacking role that you often more kind of associate with your big angry quick or your wrist spinner. It's been a perfect display from Bell so far. Morris will continue into her 8th over. Schofield on strike, and that's clipped to mid-wicket. And that is as tame as they come. Schofield, who has batted so beautifully, has picked up the ball perfectly, but just straight into the hands, I want to say, Emma Lamb at mid-wicket, who took the most nonchalant of catches. And all of a sudden, South East Stars are 129 for 8. And I must admit, I'm not 100% sure how it's happened, because as of 3 minutes ago, they were cruising along. Recovery well in motion. They were 127 for 5. They've now lost 3 wickets for just 2 runs. First, we had Chloe Hill departing to Morris. The first of Morris's wicket caught on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Then Jemima Spence, given the slowest of deaths of the bowling of Olivia Bell, whose figures us 3 for 11 off 6 overs. Then Morris picks up yet another one. Schofield gone for 38. Had been the pick of the batters so far. But she is the 8th and latest batter to depart, and all of a sudden 200 looks a very, very, very long way away. Morris's figures currently read 7.1 overs, 2 for 29. A jobbing display is all of a sudden becoming a very good one. Kaylia Moore is on strike. She's back and defends into the leg side. Fielded by Tara Norris. I can confirm it was Emma Lamb who took that catch. A sharp chance, file it under good catch, bad drop territory. As Morris continues, that's quicker, darted into the stumps, and Kaylia Moore rocks back. And Tara Norris at square leg has been getting her match fees worth, because she's been incredibly busy in that position. Is the theme of the field and of Morris's plan, bowling very tight to the stumps, wicket to wicket. And there, Moore rocks onto the back foot, drops it into the offside for another dot ball. Can't quite see where. Going to need to see a risk taken from Moore if we're going to see a run scored here. Morris in once more. Moore defends well. Morris just to finish off her over. Should be happy with logging a maiden here. Wicket maiden even, as she continues. And that's just flighted a little bit more. Moore looks to run the ball down to third. But doesn't quite get the connection she's after. And that is indeed a wicket maiden for Fee Morris and for the Thunder. And what do you know, Olivia Bell's going to continue. I think you could have bet your house and any other bits and bobs you own on that happening, because Bell, with 3 for at the moment and 2 wickets left, you'd get very, very good odds on her picking up a 5-wicket haul on her Heyhoe Flint debut.
Yep, that's certainly what the main aim will be now as she continues and pushing up to mid-off, and the fielding is carried out by Laura Delaney once more. 2 batters out in the middle, neither yet to get off the mark. McDonald Gay and Moore again. This one from McDonald Gay is pushed back to the bowler, and another dot. 129 for 8 is the score. There's still 16 overs to go. Oh, it's straight to the fielder at straight mid-wicket, and in and out it went. It was hit with great force, in fairness. Seren Smale, who's been in the game, picking up 1 catch so far to dismiss Cranstone, or help in the dismissal of Cranstone. This one just pushed the game back to the bowler, and suddenly it looks very difficult to score runs out there in the middle. 129 for 8 is the score into the 34th over. And it really has been a very impressive spell of bowling from Bell. 3 wickets she's been able to pick up. You have to think to yourself, it just makes it so much difficult, or so much more difficult, as this time it's just going to stop the ball going out over the boundary's edge. Good bit of fielding from Naomi Datani, throws the ball in, and that is the end of the over. But you're looking at what sort of score you're going to be able to put on the board now, Cam. 131 for 8. 2 lower order batters together. Suddenly that challenge becomes a little bit more difficult after losing Schofield.
No, absolutely. And without wishing to speak too soon, I think Thunder may consider themselves pretty close to home here, given how tight their spinners are bowling. They'll be able to go back to Jones once Morris is finished, if the tail here wags for Stars as well, as Morris continues to Moore. Just with the relentless lengths and lines that Thunder are bowling, the emphasis really is on the Stars to have to take a risk to move this scoreboard any further. As Morris continues. And there is that risk taken by Kalia Moore. And that is a splendid shot. Down the track, driven over mid-on, 4 runs. Making me eat my words. Immediately the Stars' tail begins to wag.
Educated risk, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I'll be interested to know if she goes again, or whether she may find she might get an opportunity if Morris drops her length a little bit now. As Morris comes in once more. Full again. Some defended into the offside.
The worry is we've had wickets in successive overs in the 31st, the 32nd, and then the 33rd over.
Big old full toss by Morris there. Slapped into mid-wicket by Moore, and she'll be kicking herself there. Because that was the freebie. There haven't been many of them from Thunder's bowling attack so far. As Morris approaches the wicket once more. Just a dropping of length. It probably wasn't as short as either I or Moore thought it was. She went to cut the ball, but it just skidded on, went through to the wicket-keeper. It's been a fine showing from Moore so far. She faces up to Morris once more. Morris just pauses at the top of her mark. Orange shoes. Twirls over the top. And that's a delightful delivery. Morris has been... well, she's played her role to perfection, really, is the way I'd describe it. As you want from your spinner, well, your second spinner at least, or third spinner. The Thunder have an embarrassment of riches in this department. And for Ellie Threlkel to be able to chuck the ball to one of your many spinners and just keep them on at one end and almost run the match on autopilot, it's an absolute luxury, especially when you have the holding spin of Morris at one end and the attacking spin of Bell at the other. It really has been a perfect combination.
Bell's picked up 3, Morris has taken 2, Graham took 2 up front. A dot ball to start this latest over. We're into the 36th over. You're watching the live stream provided by South East Stars. Jamie Reid and Cam Ponsonby bringing you up to date and keeping you informed on what's happening. And at the moment, it's pretty difficult for the batting side. The Stars won the toss, elected to have first use of the wicket. And now there is plenty of work to do. As here is Moore working the ball out to deep square leg, and they take 1. They'll just settle for that, look to try and keep the scoreboard moving. That is the modus operandi now, making sure that they just keep things ticking over. All runs are welcome additions. McDonald Gay just working the ball to the fielder at straight mid-wicket. No thoughts of a single. And here is Bell at the top of her mark once more. This is going to be 4 welcome runs here, just piercing the infield and working the ball through extra cover. They pick up 4. Gentleman just jumps up out of his seat. 2 of them both almost leaving it to each other. Naomi Datani thought that she might have to chase the ball down herself over that boundary rope, but in the end, nice bit of obliging play from the spectator. This is a full toss, it's not being put away, and that was a chance really to get that scoreboard rattling. McDonald Gay missing out there, and that is the end of the over. The fielding was carried out by Graham, who hasn't had to come back into the attack as yet, and that's because the spinners have really done the damage. That is 36 bowled, 141 for 8 is the score here, the Stars batting.
It's been a promising start by McDonald Gay and Kaylee Moore. Often in situations when they're kind of as desperate as this and it's 8 down with 14 overs to go, the pressure can almost release itself on the lower order. They can really give themselves time to settle in and get the pace of the wicket. Morris continues. This will be her final over. Figures of 2 for 33 off 9 so far. It was another real over of quality from Olivia Bell. She was driven through the offside, a fine shot by McDonald Gay, but as far as boundaries go, you don't mind that one from an off-spinner. Lots of dismissals in play. Morris continues, and that's wider. And well driven by Kaylee Moore. It just bobbles in front of the fielder at mid-off. Strikes from the thigh. She doesn't rub it though, which always a moral victory. Morris continues. Gets a bit more sharp turn there. Moore drops the ball into the offside. We did see her play that kind of lofted drive in the last over. I'll be interested to know if she returns to that. Graham at mid-on is now very straight and very deep. Really sat on that ring, kind of with that shot in mind. Tossed up, down the wicket. Comes Kaylee Moore, and she is stumped. She's not particularly happy with the decision, but unfortunately for her, her opinion, well, doesn't matter. It's out. And that's a shame for Morgan. I was thinking she was looking positive in her intent. But she had to look for options. And unfortunately, she took her risk. She chose her risk, missed the ball. And Threlkeld, who has already been on social media a number of times this season, having produced a series of fantastic and dramatic pieces of wicket-keeping, completes the simplest of stumpings. It's Danny Gregory in at 11. The score now he's 141 for 9, and Fee Morris is all of a sudden producing very handsome figures of 3 for 33 after 9.4 with 2 deliveries to go. A race to sneak a 4th wicket in. Else it'll be Olivia Bell at the other end, attempting to tidy up. I imagine if we do get another over after Bell's, we may see one of the seamers in Norris or Graham return. Perhaps the spin of Hannah Jones, given how well spin has gone for Thunder so far. In comes Morris, first delivery to Gregory, who defends the ball into the offside, and that is no run. That's the final ball of Morris's mightily fine spell. She went for a couple of boundaries early on. She's really dragged it back to produce fantastic figures. Here she is to finish her set, and Gregory defends the ball confidently back down the ground, and that is Fee Morris's lot. And a very fine summer for Morris, only continues to get better. As the PA announcement declares across the ground, Morris finishes her 10 overs, 3 for 33. South East Stars 141 for 9. They were 127 for 5. They've lost 4 wickets for 14 runs in a late order collapse. And it will be Olivia Bell to continue into her 9th over.
And bowling very nicely. No real need to change. I think I keep the spinners on here. It's always a real ask, and that one just goes past the inside edge. Goes through to Threlkeld, the wicket keeper. I think it's always a bigger challenge. Gregory just looks on from the non-striker's end. Happy that she's not on strike. An LBW appeal waved away by the umpire.
Oh, I don't know, given the last one, I'd have kept appealing.
Well, yeah.
Keep going.
There was certainly a big delay. She's back at the top of her mark, Olivia Bell. She's picked up 3 wickets. Fee Morris has done likewise, and a little bit of elevation here coming down the track, and that's a very impressive shot from McDonald Gay. 4 welcome runs, takes her into double figures, moves her on to 11, and the scoreboard gets ever closer to that 150 mark. We mentioned about 200. That might need to be realigned, that thought process. 145 for 9 is the score into the 38th over. Coming wide off the wicket, angling one back in to McDonald Gay is Bell. that's another dot, and you can see mid-off just being pushed back onto the fence. I think that's probably a good decision. That is a real good scoring opportunity for McDonald Gay, who's not afraid to use her feet. This time she's trapped in front and the finger will go up, and that is the end of the innings. I think you and I could give that one from up here, Cam. 145 all out is the score. McDonald Gay looked to try and be aggressive. You can understand why, but she's been trapped in front for 11. A fourth wicket of the innings, I should say, for Olivia Bell. And unfortunately, that's below par from the South East Stars. Their innings has been wound up with the score on 145 all out.
Deserved fourth wicket for Olivia Bell there. Potentially a benefit of that fielding change from Thunder there. Ellie Threlkeld sticking mid-off out onto the fence, taking away that as the boundary option from McDonald Gay. And as a result, McDonald Gay looks to go square of the wicket into the leg side and is trapped in front. Olivia Bell finishing with figures of 4 for 23 from 8.5 overs. Mightily impressive, and she deserves to lead her team off, as she's shoved in front of the queue by Ellie Threlkeld and told to lead her teammates off. It's been a fantastic showing from the 19-year-old spinner with one cap to Scotland to her name. I can't imagine that'll be her last. And just the 145 on the board for South East Stars. Running through the card, Bryony Smith at the top of the order. Captain got 5 off 11 balls before she was caught at mid-on by Naomi Tatani. Alexa Stonehouse and Kira Chatley were both clean bowled by Phoebe Graham, who really impressed at the top of the order, bowling for a fantastic spell of quick swing bowling. Alice Davison-Richard looked good for 21 of 41 before she was the first victim of Olivia Bell. She was caught out and deep by Fee Morris. Ailish Cranstone was batting beautifully for her 23, and it all came to an end too soon as she was caught by Phoebe Graham, once again off the bowling of Bell. Paige Schofield, that middle order of South East Stars, contributing 21, 23, and then Schofield with 38. She was caught at mid-wicket by Emma Lamb. Fee Morris getting in on the act. Chloe Hill was caught on the boundary by Naomi Tatani again. Again, Fee Morris picking up her second wicket. Jemima Spence and McDonald Gay LBW to Bell. Kelly Moore stumped off the bowling of Morris to give her her third wicket. Running through the bowlers, Tara Norris opened the bowling with Phoebe Graham. Norris 4 overs, 1 for 16. Norris picking up that wicket of Bryony Smith. 2 for 20 off 5 overs for Phoebe Graham. Hannah Jones's left arm spin was very economical and very impressive as she bowled 5 overs, 0 for 11. Naomi Tatani 3 overs at the other end, 0 for 17. But then it became the Olivia Bell and Fee Morris show. Between them, 7 wickets for 56 runs from, well, as good as 19 overs to bring about the South East Stars innings from their opinion, a premature end. Emma Lamb also contributing of 2 overs for 23 runs. The result is South East Stars 145 all out. You can only assume and predict that will be under par, but it is something to bowl at for South East Stars. You never know, much stranger things have happened. I believe we'll be back for the second innings in around 25 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be back very, very soon. The most important thing is early inroads, you would think, from a Stars perspective. Let's hope that they can look at the middle order quite quickly on and make it difficult for Thunder, who have got that 146 runs for victory. That is the required target. My thanks go to Cam Ponsonby. Very much enjoyed that first innings. We're back for the run chase, and we look forward to joining you then. Thank you very much indeed. And a very warm welcome back to Woodbridge Road. This is Jamie Reid, delighted to say Cam Ponsonby alongside in the commentary box. And we're set up for the second innings of this match, with Thunder chasing 146 for victory. Bryony Smith and the South East Stars just making their way out to the middle to join the two umpires for this fixture, Fiona Richards and Mohammed Wasim. The two Thunder openers also making their way out, Emma Lamb and Seren Smell. Delighted to say that Cam is alongside, and Cam, you very much have to think to yourself that this represents a good chance for Thunder to register their second victory. Having said that, if South East Stars can pick up wickets very early on, they've got every opportunity. Early inroads will be the key, won't it?
Absolutely. And I spoke to a couple of the kind of coaching staff at the interval. They're actually, South East Stars coaching staff are more, I wouldn't say confidence is the wrong word. They were very much of the opinion that 200 they'd have been very happy with on this wicket, and anything down to around 150 was defendable. They're saying the wicket was turning far more than expected. It wasn't quite the normal Guildford wicket. And so expect to see spin from the Stars very early. I imagine Kalia Moore will play an important role. She's a very big turn of the ball. I saw a bowl down at Canterbury earlier this year. She bowled it beautifully well there. We'll have Seam to begin with, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay will start us off. Up to the wicket, and she bowls on leg stump, and it's a no ball as well. So Emma Lamb tucks one off her hip into the leg side for a single, and Smale has the absolute luxury of having her first delivery on strike being a free hit. The field can change because we had a change of the batter on strike. So we have a deep mid-wicket out, a deep backward square leg, 5 fielders on the offside, all in a perfect ring, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and in comes McDonald-Gay to Smale. And she rocks back, heaves the ball, and fortunately for the Stars, because of that, oh goodness me, I thought McDonald-Gay had got away with it, but she hasn't. Another overstep, another no ball, and this is the type of start that really sucks the life out of a small defence, a defence of a small total even. And so another free hit, and now Emma Lamb has the luxury of having a wild swing and knowing, well, she can't really do anything wrong. Davison Richards having a chat with McDonald-Gay. They're just wondering whether to make any changes to the field. They decide against it. Same field, same plan. McDonald-Gay into Emma Lamb this time. She bowls, and Lamb picks it up over backward square leg, and that'll be 4 runs. That was a real shot of quality. Lamb, of course, has represented England in all 3 formats. And has had a real fine time of it in recent years. McDonald-Gay been bowling well in this competition, average of 24.7, 24.8 if I want to please my maths teacher from secondary school and round up properly. Just the 9 wickets. And, well, a difficult start for her here, but she's on the board, a legal delivery. 8 for none after 1 legal delivery. Here she is to Emma Lamb, and again that sneaks down the leg side, and all of a sudden it's just becoming a little bit of a tricky start for the Stars here. 9 runs have been scored, and only 1 ball has been bowled, which is going to be a quirk of a scorecard. You won't see that very often. And then becomes McDonald-Gay once more. That's better, that's cut, but the fielder at backward point can't quite cut it off. And they scamper through for 2. Chatley, always smart behind the stumps. The score moves on to 11. Quite the start for Thunder. I mean, bar 2 sixes to start proceedings. You genuinely cannot have a better start than 11 off 2. Lamb's still on strike. In comes McDonald again. She's lost her radar to the offside now. She had slipped a couple down the leg side. Now that's wide on the offside. We saw this earlier from Lamb as well. Emma Lamb lost her radar. Now, rather than being the victim of her own failures, feels like too strong a word, Emma Lamb's being the beneficiary of it. She's on 7. McDonald Gay is up against it very early in her spell here. Then she comes once more. Past the umpire bowls, and that's much better. Perfect delivery. Great line, great length, and Lamb defends that ball back down the wicket. I think what this will likely do is force Star's hand. They probably wanted to use the new ball as much as possible whilst it could still swing and use their seamers to get them to the back end of the power play before turning to spin. But now, if the Thunder get off to a fast start, they would have to turn to the spin that bit sooner. McDonald Gay in once more. And again, good line, bit shorter in length. That's defended to mid-wicket, where Paige Schofield picks up the stationary ball. This has been a much better back end of the over from McDonald Gay. Still only just the 4 deliveries into the over. Perhaps 5 even, I may be incorrect. And she comes once more. That's wide of the off stump. Lamb's happy just to leave it go. I was correct my first time round. It was 4 balls in. 12 for none is the score, with 1 ball to come. Field is we have a deep third out, backward point. Cover point, a very square cover. An extra cover on the drive, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. The shorts, 45. Davison Richards again, just having a word with McDonald Gay. No slips in place with the new ball. She comes up to the wicket once more. There we go, radar found. A strong end to the over. The Thunder will be very pleased with their start. It's 12 for none after 1 over.
Indeed, yeah, not necessarily the start we wanted to see from McDonald Gay, but we know by finishing that over strongly that it does give you an opportunity going into the next and the latter overs. And they'll very much be hoping, the Stars that is, to have a little look at the middle order before long. Alexis Stonehouse is going to be the opening bowler from this pavilion end. It's not a real challenging total, so the runs aren't a concern for Thunder. They'll just want to make sure they keep wickets in hand. And the only way you would think the Stars will win this game, they won't be able to contain. They'll need to make sure that they bowl out Thunder, and that will be the hope and the aim. Taking wickets early on up front in the innings will be just what they're looking for. The wind just picking up once more as the traffic flows over on Woodbridge Road. We're here at Guildford, and here is the left arm opening bowler, bowling with width and a good bit of fielding, diving away to her right hand side. Very, very impressive in the covers. That's what you want to see, especially when it's a relatively low target. And McDonald Gay might have given a few away in that first over, but she's made amends with that bit of fielding, Cam.
A fine bit of fielding in the covers, really backing up her teammates. That's exactly what Stars will be looking for.
Stonehouse on her way once more, a slightly slower delivery which has just worked away, and it's going to beat the fielder and find its way out there to the deep mid-wicket boundary for more runs to the total. They have started very positively, Lamb and Smale. These two both wanting to get going. The victory target 146, of course, which means they only need a further 130. And the team in red at the moment looking very impressive. A couple of wickets quickly changes things, and this time it's edged through the slip region. Would you believe it? Had a slip been in place, you would think that would have been a regulation catch. As it is, it runs down to third, and another run to the total. No real control over that shot.
No, and it's been 2 very clearly different approaches from Stars versus Thunder. Thunder only had the 1 slip in for most of their power play. But nevertheless, they were kind of had a more obvious at this stage kind of method of attack, especially Phoebe Graham's early swing bowling.
It's difficult because you can't afford to give away too many runs, so I understand why they got fielders in the ring and
Absolutely.
got to try and outthink the opponent. That's what Bryony Smith is looking to try and do.
It is always the catch-22 of these lower totals, is kind of old school convention dictates you attack from the off, whereas there's a much more kind of more recent line of thought where actually you want to bowl as many balls as you can at the opposition if you're going to be defending 140, so those fielders on the boundary are just as important.
Stonehouse runs in past the umpire once more. And this is just opened up and worked down to third, where another single is picked up, and the lady away to her right-hand side just putting up the umbrella. No real surprise that she's doing that because it is getting much warmer. And I can tell you we've now got the sun on our backs and it's very, very warm from our vantage position.
That's the benefits of being on the right-hand side of the tent, Jamie.
You've picked your right spot there, in fairness, Cam. You've done your homework. This one, short and wide outside off stump and worked away to the fielder in the covers. A dot to end the over. And that is 2 complete. 18 for no wicket, the Thunder, chasing 146 to win.
No, fine start by Alexa Stonehouse. That was that one loose delivery that was pulled out for a boundary to the leg side. But nevertheless, I think there's enough by way of evidence that the Stars will be fairly content with their start. I say that, and immediately it's a tough sport for McDonald Gay. She's been hooked after just the one over. Paige Schofield comes into the attack. Sarah Smell's had a mighty fine year so far. She made 94 in what was ultimately a 29-run defeat against Central Sparks earlier this year, but she made 94 out of 204. Sometimes forget that team cricket is in theory a team sport. Here comes Paige Schofield to begin. And there is a change of tactics. The slip comes in, Bryony Smith goes there. And Schofield very deliberately, you can see it's almost like a kind of old-fashioned proper wrist position, getting behind it, getting that natural shape away from the right-hander. She comes once more. She hasn't bowled much in the competition. She's bowled 50 overs across 8 innings, so rarely bowling her full allotment. Only the 4 wickets to speak of, but Bryony Smith, obviously, this feels like a plan. This feels like a plan that's been formulated. Here comes Schofield once more. Really proper away swingers. Goes from the hand, but it's a beautiful start from Schofield. It's looking promising so far. Up she comes to wicket once more. Perfect length, defended into the offside by Emma Lamb. It's a very gentle run-up by Paige Schofield. It's the run-up of a clubbie who spent their time 20 years charging in, decided that they're skillful enough just to do it off the half the distance. And so far Schofield is proving that point perfectly. And she comes once more. Just gets a little bit more leg side, looking for that perfect, that almost magic delivery. Just the one run brings Saren Smell on strike. It'll be the first time that Smell faces up against Paige Schofield. Was batted beautifully for her 38 before holding out. Here she comes. And that's well played by Smale. Really quick to get onto that back foot. Schofield was only slightly short of length. Smell cut the way. Well, I'm just saying, a back foot drove the ball away is probably a better description. Through the covers just for 2. It was cut off eventually as the end of her opening over. Just 3 runs off it. And the score is 21 for none after 3.
Tricky for Bryony Smith. She probably wanted to give another over to McDonald Gay, but when you're defending such a low total, you want to try and keep the batters guessing, and that's exactly what's happened with the change in bowling. Certainly we saw Stonehouse was much more effective in her opening over, and that means that she will continue. been a good start in terms of the runs that have been put on the board, running along at 7 runs and over so far. And the left-arm bowler will continue. Here is Stonehouse bowling to the batter who just covers up and pushes back down the track. Emma Lamb is on strike. Seren Smale, who has been effective in this competition, just looks on at the other end, leaning on her bat and no doubt dreaming and hoping to make an important contribution. Stonehouse dreaming of doing the same thing as this one's drilled down the ground very effectively. It's going to run away. Plenty of bottom hand, just forcing that one down the ground, and 4 more runs to the Thunder total. Just transferred all of that weight onto the front foot. It's a very elegant stroke from Lamb.
No, that really was a shot of true quality. We've seen a number of fantastically aesthetically pleasing shots from the Thunder pair of Smale and Lamb so far. That was yet more evidence of Lamb's quality. We're having a bit of a delay here. I don't quite know why. I think the ball's managed to potentially get itself lodged underneath the sight screen, but it has been retrieved. Chloe Hill doing the fine work. Unfortunately for South East Stars, just doing it 25 yards behind the boundary rather than in front of it. And the umpire was going to have a quick look at the ball, but everyone's decided they're all happy, and Alexa Stonehouse is ready to go.
And again, as this one is just drilled to extra cover, another dot, which is something that we need to see and want to see. Build up that little bit of pressure at the moment, because it's been such a purposeful start, such a dynamic start. There's no real pressure on these 2 openers, but Stonehouse on her way once more, bowling a slower ball out the back of the hand, and it was picked by the batter.
Yeah, interesting there. Stonehouse went for a variation. I couldn't quite, as you said, I think she went for the back of the hand slower ball, potentially even a cutter. I wasn't quite sure, but it stayed incredibly low. And that just goes to show the difficulties that do exist in batting on this wicket.
Yeah, we've certainly seen them keep low more from this end, haven't we, as Stonehouse continues. Here she is once more, bowling outside off stump and driving to extra cover again, where the fielding is carried out by the skipper, Bryony Smith. Smith gets it back from wicketkeeper Chatley. Round the field it goes, and eventually it will find its way back into the willing arms of the opening bowler. Stonehouse at the top of her mark, runs up past umpire Fiona Richards and bowls on leg stump, worked out backwards the square on that leg side, and they take another single, and that is the end of the over. 4 gone in the Thunder chase. A reminder, they need 146 to win. They've made a purposeful start, 26 for no wicket.
Oh, absolutely. Paige Scotfield will continue from the Railway Bridge end. Smith still at slip. We have a 6-3 field, so Stars going more one side of the wicket. We have a slip, deep third, backward point, cover mid-off on the offside, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fielder out. A steep square leg on the leg side. Scotfield's just having a slight fiddle, trying to get her angles of her fielders just so. Up she comes to the wicket now, and well, what do you know, fair play to her. She just moved Alexa Stonehouse two steps to her right. It went perfectly to her. Then in one of the routine throws into the wicketkeeper, Stonehouse has launched the ball over Chatley's head, and McDonald Gett, deep square leg, has had to scamper around and clean up, and Thunder get a freebie of a single. And that should be caught, is caught. Schofield was in once more, and that's beneficial single, that free single has brought about a wicket. What do you know? And Emma Lamb just rocks back on a short delivery and cut the ball straight into the waiting hands of Cranstone. I beg your pardon. It was Seren Smale, the batter, who has gone. That single catching us all off guard. And as far as wickets goes, that is a freebie from the Stars' point of view. Cranstone, who's known for being an absolutely phenomenal fielder, not making any mistake. And Naomi Datani is the new batter, and that is exactly the type of welcome gift in, foot in the door, whatever you want to call it, that Stars needed. So I do think this has proven to be a very difficult wicket to start your innings on. And there is always the threat of a little flurry of wickets. And if Stars can just make enough inroads, that when they can turn to that spin of Kalia Moore and Danny Gregory, they'll be in a much happier position. With Datani in, the left-handed Datani, I think that will suit Schofields' natural shape. She'll be bringing the ball back into the left-hander. We again do have that same field though, it's 6-3. I wouldn't be surprised. I think they're having a little bit of a chat at the moment as to whether they want to bring another fielder over onto the leg side. They decide against it. As it is, Datani is on strike and waits for Schofield to come in. Over the wicket, bowls, brings it into the left-hander. Big LBW shout. Not given. Almost too much movement for Schofield there. She really has started in impressive fashion. Naomi Datani averaging just 23 with the bat so far in the Heyhoe Flint competition. As Schofield comes in once more, and again getting that beautiful shape part just into the left-hander. Ball holds its line enough. Datani rocked back and cut the ball towards points, where between McDonald, Gay and Cranstone they half stopped at each, but two halves make a whole, and it was no run. And Schofield readies herself once more past the umpire into the wicket, and that's a fantastic delivery. A really, really threatening line from Paige Schofield there. Just stifled a little chuckle there as Cranstone, a mighty fine fielder, almost copied Alexa Stonehouse from early in the over and chucked the ball over Kira Chatley's head. You saw Cranstone just wincing a bit. And Schofield finishes with a dot. Bit of a wider delivery, doesn't quite shape in, just got a bit too wide to be able to have a chance to come back into the left-hander. But fortunately for Schofield, Naomi Datani missed out on that delivery. After 4 overs, it is 27 for 1.
Well, you mentioned about Schofield contributing with the bat, now doing likewise with the ball, and it just puts a little bit of pressure on the side chasing victory here. It's a relatively low target, but sometimes it just gets into your mind when you lose 1 or 2, and the Stars, they've got a habit of winning games, a habit of finishing strongly in this competition. Look at last season for proof of that. This one certainly not over, and the Thunder aren't assured of victory. This is a full toss, driving down the ground and getting half a stop on it. Good stop, you would have to say, from the fielder Chloe Hill. Certainly struck with great power by the right-handed Emma Lamb. They only pick up a single. It's going to bring the left-hander onto strike. Another train just rattling away this time, heading down into Guildford. 28 for 1 is the score. We're into the 5th over of the innings. And Stonehouse is bowling it, running up past the umpire. A little bit of an inside edge there. Thought about appealing for a leg before wicket shout. In the end, the bat just negating that, but it certainly kept low again. And that's asked the question of the new batter, Naomi Datani, yet to get off the mark.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Stonehouse go for a cutter here, try and get some movement off that pitch back into the left-hander.
Here is Stonehouse bowling again, and this one is just far too flat, and it's going to be put away. It was a half-tracker, quickly dealt with by the batter as it sat up very nicely. No real pace or carry on the delivery, and it was just inviting and a nice easy way to get off the mark for Datani. Shame that.
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I'm just trying to back up my own point, but I think that may have been the off-cutter from Stonehouse, but she just dragged it down, so it became quite a slow long hop, truth be told.
Here is Stonehouse once more. That's a much tighter line just outside off stump, and giving the ball the credit it deserves. Just getting right in behind it. Datani working it out onto the offside. No thoughts of a single. 1 wicket picked up so far. Seren Smail, the wicket to go, caught by Cranstone off the bowling of Schofield for 8. 32 for 1. The score remains as the opening bowler is in again, and you can't really bowl them there. Just sitting up nicely once more for Datani, and she's the willing recipient. Just able to put that away. Cross-batted shot. Not the most elegant and easy on the eye, but the most important thing is that 4 more runs have been added to the total.
No, it's pretty brutal from Datani, both those pull shots. Stonehouse has missed her length twice, and both poor deliveries have been dealt with accordingly. I think Datani wouldn't mind facing those a few more times again.
Alice Davidson-Richards, as she has done at mid-off, just giving a few words of instruction and a little bit of a thought process to the bowler. That's a much better comeback from Stonehouse, and that is a dot to end the over. 6 gone so far, and the score is 36 for 1.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a change of bowling from this end now. It's a brutal sport often when you're defending such low totals. And Bryony Smith will be desperate to give her leg spinner in particular, of Danny Gregory, as many runs to play with as possible. You want to give your spinners as much of a chance to influence the game as you possibly can. Schofield will continue, however it looks like the slip has been removed, and so we have a more conventional ring field. We have deep third still out, 4 fielders on the offside ring, and 45 mid-wicket and mid-on. In comes Schofield. Lamb defends into the offside. I imagine what we'll be seeing here from Schofield is going that little bit straighter. Still trying to target the outside edge, but only Kira Chatley will be the willing recipient of any caught behind. You just have that little bit more protection on the leg side that allows you to bowl that little bit straighter. Schofield comes in once more, bowls. That is very straight but driven up to mid-off. Fielding is done by Chloe Hill. Bryony Smith doing what all good captains should do, and fielding in all the best positions. Hopping between cover and first slip.
Perks of the job.
Absolutely. Schofield continues. Very straight again. She's been fantastically accurate in her opening spell. And Bryony Smith will be very content with Schofield's performance so far. Signed from Southern Vipers earlier this year. It was an embarrassment of riches down at Southern Vipers. She's been able to play. She played fantastically well this year so far, and she comes once more. And again, she's bowling to her plans perfectly so far. Again, that was very straight. This time, Lamb drove to mid-on rather than mid-off. But they keep asking the question. They're basically saying to Lamb, go over the top. Take the risk if you want to. But we're going to stop you from scoring any runs in the meantime. Here comes Schofield, continues, and that's tucked around the leg side. And that's a great dot ball for the South East Stars. As it very thankfully finds the hands of Jemima Spence at a short 45. A yard either side, and it would have been 4, but didn't go a yard either side. It went straight to Spence. Short final leg. Schofield continues to round off her over. And that's tucked into the leg side, just at the vacant gap at square leg. That should and is the end of the 7th over. Just the 1 run from it. It's 37 for 1.
Well, Schofield has been impressive, and the benefits of a low total means you don't necessarily need to get after her, and that is a positive. Looks like we might see a bit of spin. The helmet's just coming out. Certainly the wicketkeeper is going to stand up to the stumps.
It looks like Kaylia Moore will be coming into the attack. She's a very big spinner of the ball. Bowls very kind of in a similar mould to Olivia Bell from earlier. Your classical off spinner. It's fantastic dip and drift on the ball. It'll be exciting to see how she rises to the occasion of what is a wicket that will suit her. She bowled a fair chunk in the Charlotte Edwards, so as of yet hasn't got a wicket in this competition. She Played 6 matches, only bowled in 3 of them, just the 17 overs. But all being well, she could be in for 10 overs here today at Woodbridge Road, down at Guildford Cricket Club.
One more will certainly want to get in amongst the wickets. Going to have a little chat with Jemima Spence. One little practice bowl and then she's ready. Bowling right arm over the wicket, running up past the umpire. Plenty of flight. Oh dear, almost a run out opportunity. Is she back? It's a big ask for the umpire. I think she has just regained her composure, Emma Lamb. She wanted the single, it wasn't there. She worked the ball to backward point, and in fairness, Naomi Datani was very much like an off-duty police officer. Up went the hand. No thoughts of a run. And 37 for 1 is the score. Here she is once more, again bowling with plenty of width, and this time the single is on offer. Not hit quite so powerfully. Works its way to the fielder at backward point, and that is Danny Gregory, who will be into the bowling attack sooner rather than later, you would think. A little bit of a chat from Bryony Smith, just making sure that they're happy with the field, just changing the field, trying to strengthen that offside. In fact, it's the leg side, of course, because it's a left-right hand combination. Datani on to strike now. Just checking that she's happy with where everybody is going to be placed. 2 sweepers on that leg side. Short third now in place. The slip remains. And bowling round the wicket now and to the left-hander is Moore in sunglasses. Very much hoping to take a wicket, just Paige Schofield in the wickets column so far. Plenty of air from this next one. Outside off stump to Datani. And again, she just walks back into position after backing away, and she's ready to face up once more. This is right under the eye line of the batter. 1 to go in the over. 38 for 1 is the score. We're watching the 8th over of the innings. 146 is the victory target. You're watching the live stream on the South East Stars website, and just working the ball down to third is the batter. That is the end of the over. So we've had 8 gone so far in the innings. 38 for 1 is the score. A further 108 needed.
It's a fine start by Kaylee Marshall. No doubt, like all offspins, be happy at bowling to the left-handed Datani. The field was very interesting. She had that ring of 4 fielders on the offside with 1 slip, which was all very conventional, and she had her 2 fielders out on the square on the leg side boundary. Left that kind of short fine leg region vacant, almost imploring, trying to convince Datani to paddle sweep. Kelly Moore had a fine 100 in the end, playing for Southern Brave. Got a few of the best scalps in the game, notably Jemima Rodriguez from India. Their last game finished with 3 for 15. We have another bowling change. Paige Schofield, thanks for your work. Bryony Smith has brought herself into the attack. Here she starts to Lamb, rocks back, then it's cut, and Danny Gregory is a misfield at backward point. But she won't be too costly, as the ball doesn't quite reach the boundary. They scamper through for 3, actually. It's incredibly well run by Datani in particular. I must admit, I'd got pretty much taken my eyes off the batters in the middle as I dropped into autopilot, assuming it was going to be a 2 and nothing more. That's why Datani is stood where she is, and I'm sat where I am.
Well, Datani was very clever because she ran that second one incredibly hard, looked out at the field, knew that she could turn 2 into 3.
Here we go, Smith to continue now, the left-handed Datani on strike. And that's a very good delivery, just homing in on that front pad, but the ball drifting away down the leg side. Mohammed Wasim, no interest in appeal. Paige Schofield now stationed at slip, given that the skipper is unavailable to perform the duties. Here comes Smith once more. That's slightly shorter, but just that bit quicker, and Datani rocks back onto her back foot. Defence foot no run to Jemima Spence. Smith 12's ball in her hands at the top of the mark. It's up and over in her action. And that's a fantastic delivery, a big appeal for LBW. And I tell you what, Bryony Smith liked it, Alice Davidson Richards liked it, Kaylee Moore liked it, but Kieran Chapley behind the stumps and Rachel Goldfield absolutely did not. No interest at all from Slipper wicketkeeper. Smith continues. It's been a really good over so far. When I say so far, I mean all five. I thought Smith was going to take her cap off the umpire there. The captain, right into her work, she's been looking very fluent in her rhythm. I think between her and Kaylee Moore, we might have found South East Stars' tactics for next 5 to 10 overs. And she comes once more, and that's just shorter. She gets away with it. And it's 3 runs off the skipper's first innings. Bryony Smith's, well, again, quite right. Excellent run as captain continues, opens the batting. Cover, slip. Has a bowl early on. Why not?
Yep, always in the game, a little bit like Paige Schofield. You know, those sort of players are the players who you want to contribute, put their hand up and keep asking the questions. And there are some questions that will be required here, because there's still work to do. The runs required 105. Plenty of overs, 41 in which to get them. Plenty of air and flight as this one's drilled down the ground. She got half a hand on it, could work for him more. And no thought of a single, so you have to say she did all the hard work, dropping that right hand. Davidson Richards then just had to throw the ball back into the bowler, who's on her way once again. And this one just tickled round the corner. They take one and they will settle for one. It moves Lamb, the opener, on to 22. Takes the score on to 42. And brings the left-handed Naomi Datani onto strike. Lots of field movement every time they switch with the left-right hand combination. Datani only dealing in boundaries so far. 2 fours for the left-handed number 3. 42 for 1 the score. And here is Moore continuing.
It's a lovely delivery.
Yeah, very impressive. Perfect in defence, Datani. Need to try and rattle through these overs, make it difficult, put the pressure back on the batting side. They've got to keep the tempo going. Oh, almost chopping on here, asking the question of the umpire. Had the batter just strayed outside her crease? No is the answer. That back foot was planted. And a nice little bit of work from Chapley and from the skipper Bryony Smith, carrying out the repair work. And we're ready to continue. 42 for 1 is the score. Here is Moore continuing and trying to turn the ball around the corner to the fielder at straight mid-wicket. Is Datani. 8 not out, in no real hurry, but the more dot balls she faces, the more pressure she will feel under. Moore this time bowling one just outside off stump and cutting the ball to the fielder at point, in front of point, and they pick up no run. That is the end of the over. So 42 for 1 is the score. Good from Moore. 10 overs gone, 4.2 the run rate, 104 more needed.
Hardly blinked then, the over was finished. It was an excellent set by Kaylee Moore. As you mentioned, Naomi Datani remains on 8. She's on 8 of 22 deliveries, but it's just the 2 scoring shots. You remember those fine...
Just 2 boundaries, yeah.
There's 2 fantastic pull shots off the bowling of Alexa Stonehouse. So aside from that, 20 dot balls to Datani's name. Smith will continue. Power play's over, so we see another fielder drop out onto the boundary's edge. Lamb drops the ball literally 2 wickets away, and they look to potentially scamper a single, but think better of it. And I think that's almost definitely the correct decision. Smith just be one. Helps the fielder at deep point, and Alexis Stonehouse. Alexis Stonehouse doesn't know her own strength today. So again, she rifles the ball in over the top of the wicketkeeper. And this time, Chatley gives her a round of applause because it was an absolute rocket of an arm. It just kept flying. Left-handed Tatani comes back on strike with a ringfield on the offside, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and the leg side, and then deep back on square leg, deep mid-wicket. Rory Smith is in. And there's a mix-up in the middle. I don't particularly know how Thunder haven't managed to score a run there. But they haven't. The pressure continues to build into Tani. It was hit down to Jemima Spencer's left. She had to scamper to get it. The Tani set off, saw Emma Lamb wasn't interested, ran back. Emma Lamb then became interested, then she ran back. They're all at the same ends. Smith once more, perfectly on the money. A few overs of excellent control from Stars here. They do need that breakthrough though. Smith in once more to Tatani. And that is perfectly on the money. You can see Tatani just getting that little bit edgier at the moment, a little bit tetchier at the crease, being a bit of nervous energy coming out of her. She's trying to be active, she's trying to make things happen. Those top balls are keep on ramping up, and the Stars will be very happy with their work at the moment. Exceptionally tight bowling on display. Tatani in once more, and that's the loose delivery Tatani was looking for. Down the leg side, Tatani does perfectly to capitalise on it and sweep it away for 4 runs. I believe I heard a kind of an exclamation of anguish from Smith after that delivery, because that over so far had been borderline perfect. That pressure valve has just been released ever so slightly.
Yeah, certainly a welcome boundary, wasn't it? Well, if you are looking at the Thunder perspective, we're concentrating primarily on the Stars. We want and we need wickets. 47 for 1 the score. But 3 boundaries, plenty of non-scoring opportunities for Tatani, and that's what will keep the bowlers interested. They'll be hoping that they can do the business and pick up wickets as the next over continues, and Moore bowls the first one outside off stump. Lamb on strike has 23. Only 1 wicket to fall so far. That of Smale for 8. This one down the leg side, and the wide is signalled by umpire Fiona Richards.
She's got away with that on Kaylee Moore. There's no protection behind square there at all. And Milan's just missed out on a loosener.
2 away from the half century. 48 for 1 is the score coming down the track, and I tell you what, she's almost caught her out there. She just about got in behind it, and good job she did, because the wicketkeeper was very much hoping and praying, Kira Chatley, that there might be an opportunity of a stumping there. Here is Moore looking to try and entice her down the track once more. This could be the first 6 of the innings. It is. And what a way to bring up the 50. Just a couple of quick steps, getting to the pitch off the ball. Very, very impressive from Emma Lamb. She's been the aggressor in the innings so far. And she's on to 29. 54 for 1 the score.
An excellent show of aggression, as you say, from Emma Lamb there. Just running down the wicket and plopping Kaylee Moore past the boundary's edge. She comes in once more. There, just bowls a full toss, just losing her length. Takes 1 out to long on. And that was a very demoralising boundary for South East Stars, doing so much good work, and when you combine it with the boundary of the previous over from Tatani, and all of a sudden it's only 91 required for Thunder. Swept very well by Tatani, almost a carbon copy of the shot that brought her a boundary in the previous over. So first scoring shot that isn't a boundary. I think that'll give her there's a lot of sense of satisfaction that's just beginning to tick over.
1 or 2 concerns that there might be some issues hearing the audio. Fingers firmly crossed that isn't the case. If Anybody could get in touch with us on social media and just verify. This one just tickled round the corner. It's going to run away. No fielder in place. That fine leg should just be stopped going over the boundary's edge, but they will pick up 3. In fact, they decide against it. So just a couple there. And that is the end of the over. Thank you for reporting that to us. We will do our best to try and rectify the problem. Most important thing is that you're watching the live pictures. It's nice to have our little audio description as well, just to add to the occasion. And if you have missed Cam or myself, we do apologise for that, and we are doing what we can. 58 for 1 is the score, 12 overs bowled.
Bryony Smith to continue from the railway bridge end. Starting just backs away. Railway bridge end. Wasn't expecting that to be a tongue twister for
No,
me.
that really is, isn't it?
But it was. Almost went for the double W, which in itself was tricky to say. Okay, I'm digging myself a hole here. Smith to continue. Second ball of the over to Tani on strike. That's a lovely delivery. The difficulty that Stars bowlers are going to face themselves with now is they're just going to be trying to get that bit greedier, looking for that magic ball to try and force that breakthrough, but the risk that comes with that is, of course, getting a bit faster and looser and giving away a few more runs. Right on cue, Bryony Smith just loses the line a little bit. Tiny tucks her away to the square leg boundary where Alexis Stonehouse cleans up, and this time fires her throw directly into Kira Chatley's gloves. She really does have a fantastic throwing arm on her.
Yep, only 87 more needed. Just the 1 wicket so far. Spin at both ends now in the hopes of picking up wickets 2 and 3.
Absolutely. We're still yet to see Danny Gregory. Slightly unusual field here for South East Stars. With square leg in the ring and then a very backward square leg out on the boundaries. Smith bowls to Emma Lamb, who rocks back and cuts it out to that sweeper out on the offside. I believe it's Chloe Hill who did the fielding.
Lamb is the prized wicket here, Cam.
Absolutely. Such a strong temperament and record behind her. Smith in once more, this time defended out to the cover region. Kelly Moore does the fielding. As we get into the back end of the overs, we see another fielder drop out onto the boundary fence. Cover point heads out to the rope. We also see Paige Guildford at slip departs, and she heads to square leg. Similar field to what was with Lamb at the other end. Square leg in the ring and then a backward square leg out on the fence. And that's very straight from Bryony Smith. Defended straight back up the wicket. And it's the end of the 14th over. The 13th over. I believe whoever's on the scoreboard here was incredibly quick with the buttons. It's the end of the 13th over. It's 60 for 1. Emma lands on 33 and looking in fine form. Naomi Tatani on 14. The partnership is standing at 33 between this pair. And it's Kaylee Moore to continue.
Good scoring rate so far, 4.5 runs and over. We mentioned that Lamb has been the aggressor, scoring 33 of those 60. Tatani has kept her good company. And now you do feel that wickets are required, and fairly soon Bryony Smith is going to go to a fairly deep mid-off, and she's looking on as the ball goes to Alice Davidson Richards, who's fielding at long on. They take a single, so she moves on to 34 and off strike Lamb. Tani comes back on, the left-hander, and again a chat between bowler and captain in the hopes of being able to find that magic formula, trying to find that second wicket. Often that you see one can bring 2, just the 1 wicket to fall so far, but it's not for the want of trying. And here is Moore continuing and sweeping down to long leg. They take 1, but I tell you what, that brought LBW into play.
It really did, as Tani went excited. It was a you miss, I hit situation. Just had a confirmation. Alice Davison Richards is fit to bowl. We might see her at some point in the attack.
Moore will continue bowling on off stump to the right hander, and again another single. You can hear down beneath us the bench for Thunder getting behind their team. They'll know that they're favourites for victory as things stand, but they're only chasing their second win in this competition. So there will be some nerves as they get ever closer towards victory, and of course that gives a chance, the perfect chance you might say, for Stars to get right back into it. They need wickets in which to do so, and with more bowling they know that they've got somebody who can pick them up. 83 more required. We're in the 14th over of the innings, and again sweeping. It would have missed leg stumps, and no thoughts of any appeal here. Tatani knew that it was risk-free. She's on 15. 3 boundaries so far within the knock. This one's outside leg stump. They're going to run one, and the wide has been signalled. Oh, we've got to be careful she's not run out here. Tatani quickly got back in. I'm not quite sure what she was doing. She tried to turn one into two and very nearly run herself out in the process, Cam.
That was completely bizarre. The kind of play was over. You almost got the sense that the ball was dead, and then Tatani went off on a wonder. And Kelly Moore was desperately doing her best to try and run her out at the non-striker's end. The result of all that, it was bowled as Emma Lamb.
Big hit here, the fielder, Alice Davison Richards, is going to get nowhere near it because it's gone over the boundary's edge once more for 6 more runs. It takes her on to 41. And you can see the double teapot from Davison Richards. She knows that she's set right back on that rope. Can do nothing about it as it goes sailing over her head. This one a full toss, and she's very lucky to get away with that. More, it's just slipped out the hand.
And that's the end of Kelly Moore's over, and it's a difficult decision for South East Stars now, because I reckon Kelly Moore is their most threatening bowler given the pitch, given the circumstances. But Emma Lamb's taken a bit of a fancy to her. I think Moore also is well aware of the pressure resting on her to be that attacking spinner here. An early wicket really would have settled the nerves. Just looking back at the live stream and seeing that Tatani almost run out, very comical. I can imagine seeing it clipped up on social media not too long. Danny Gregory absent-mindedly throws the ball in from short fine leg, and Tatani, for whatever reason, Bryony Smith just comes into bowl once more. Turns and starts to run again, unbeknownst to her, like Danny Gregory had fielded the ball. Then she sees the ball kind of trickle past her, and in herself that spurs her to do a 180 and dive for her ground. Anyway, Tatani's on strike here to Bryony Smith, rocks back and pulls the ball hard in front of the square. Chloe Hill out on the boundary. It should be 2, it's not 2. Chloe Hill with a very good throw into the non-striker's end, and Emma Lamb a bit more switched on than her partner was only 2 minutes ago.
Well, no real need, was there, to look for the second cam? Runs or the run rate isn't a required issue. You know that you will get there if you keep wickets in hand.
Oh, absolutely. And Emma Lamb potentially will look to go high and straight again to Bryony Smith. Instead, she rocks back and cuts the ball out to Chloe Hill, who does the fielding once more. And I must say, Emma Lamb looks exceptionally comfortable at the crease at the moment. When she's attacked with kind of competence and conviction, and when she's knocked the ball for ones, there's been no sense of any trouble at all. Smith into Tatani, and that's a good delivery. Just takes it in the inside half of Tatani's bat and trickles out into the leg side. I sense there were changes of foot for the South East Stars. They need to find a different question to ask these South Thunder batters, because the ones they're currently asking aren't working. Smith in once more. Tatani picture perfect in defence. She wafts her hand out to the gap between cover and backward point, where she maybe wanted to push that for 1. I think that's being greedy. I think it was a fine delivery that was treated with the respect it deserved. Smith in to finish her over. That's down the leg side, and that is a wide ball. Tani again shows her frustration, painting a picture of the outfield with her left hand at the moment, pointing to where she wants various deliveries to have gone. Luckily for her, she'll get another delivery here, courtesy of that wide, as Smith comes in. This time tucked away into the leg side, where the fielding is done by Jemima Spence. And that is the end of the over. 15 overs gone, it's 74 for 1. Just past the halfway mark with 72 required. For those wanting an impression of kind of where we are in this match, the Duckworth-Lewis Stern par stands at 32. So the Thunder a hell of a way ahead in this game. Kaylee Moore will continue. I think this is probably the right decision from the Stars, on the Stars' behalf. You need wickets, and Moore's potentially your most attacking bowler, along with Danny Gregory perhaps.
Moore's going to continue batting to one batter who's made it look ridiculously easy. I'm not saying that some of the Stars batters didn't do likewise, but Lamb really has been imperious so far. 42 not out. The best score of the game so far, 8 away from a half century, and facing up once more using her feet just to work the ball out onto the leg side. They take one and settle for that one. Schofield was the fielder, chasing it very, very quickly. The two fielders coming in from the boundary's edge too. 3 players converging on it. But it was the all-rounder who got there first. And it brings the left-hander onto strike once more to Tani. Still plenty of batting to come. The likes of Morris, the captain, Threlkeld, Delaney, Collins. And sweeping onto the leg side. That's going to be 4 welcome runs to Tani. She's just kept the opener Emma Lamb company, and that is the 50 partnership between these two. And when you consider with those 4 welcome runs, Tani moves on to 20. It shows that Lamb has been the aggressor. The scoring rate's very impressive, and the runs required is going down all the time. Again, this one on leg stump, it was a full toss, works it down to long leg. They take one.
Just about got away with that, Kaylee Moore. Only one run. It only went for 1 run. The ball slipped down the leg side forward to Tiny. She got half a bit of bat on it, as opposed to full flush of the middle.
Lamb 7 away from what would be a deserved and impressive half century. That ball just cutting back, jagging back. Very impressive bowling.
That cut shot from Emma Lamb with the ball spinning so sharply. Gets an intake of breath from me each time.
Yeah, Moore would love to get on the wickets column. Just Schofield picking up 1 wicket so far, as this one is drilled to the left hand of the fielder at mid-off. Bryony Smith is that fielder, and that is the end of the over. Moore takes her cap from umpire Fiona Richards. 16 gone, 81 for 1 is the score. And we're going to take a well-earned drinks break. It is very hot out there now, Cam. That sun very high. I notice you're utilising your baseball cap.
Absolutely. The time came, Jamie. And so just for the benefit of the listeners and viewers at home, I've got a very mighty fine baseball cap. I'm wearing it backwards to protect the back of my neck. I don't actually know if I'm in the sun, to be honest, so it might be pointless. You can never be too...
You're looking like a member of a boy band. I'm suitably impressed.
Jamie, I always do, Jamie. Another world, one day, it could have happened.
It might yet happen. Think positively. This could be the beginning.
I appreciate the kind words. I need to work on my singing, my looks, my dancing, my songwriting, but aside from that...
You're in my boat, yeah. I'm all of those things too. Apart from that, we are very nearly there.
Maybe this is the start. Maybe this is where the South East Stars boys.
It would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Wonderful to follow the team around, bringing them good luck. We've not been able to bring too much in the way of good luck at the moment. Just a chance to reset though, Cam, and have a little chat. The players led by Bryony Smith, will know that there'll be different players just giving their viewpoint. You can see everybody getting involved, even the players not out there today. 12th, 13th, 14th players, you know, they can give their thought process. The two batters likewise. Talking to the likes of Laura Jackson, Daisy Mullen has just been out there as well. Not involved today. You can just see Davidson Richards just walking away, having a little chat there with Danny Gregory. Gregory will be into the bowling attack in the not too distant future. 65 more runs required, 9 wickets in hand and 34 overs in which to get them. And as you mentioned, Cam, you look at that DLS and it's showing 34. That shows the dominance and the ascendancy in which Thunder are in at present. But things can quickly change with 1 or 2 wickets. South East Stars 5 wins, 4 defeats and 1 no result so far. 26 points from their 10 games. Thunder have accumulated 17 points from their 10 games. Just the 1 win, 3 defeats, those 2 ties and 4 no results. So I suppose you would say the weather's been a little bit unkind.
Absolutely, really do. If you want a snapshot of the English summer, with the summer we've had this year, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy table is a mighty fine place to go. Both Thunder and Western Storm losing 4 games to the weather. Sunrisers losing 3, the Blaze losing 3, Vipers and Sparks 2 apiece. And South East Stars and Northern Diamonds, the lucky duo, just one game lost apiece.
You mentioned would Alice get a chance? Here we go.
I think this is a good move. She's such a high quality performer of both bat and ball. You need to find out sooner rather than later if she's going to be able to do the business for you. Still means Danny Gregory is left waiting. But we'll have the steam of Davidson Richards. Danny Gregory, a fine record so far in this competition, averaging 19 with the ball. So too does Davidson Richards. She's averaging 21 and 11 wickets this summer, best of 3 for 46. A very conventional field, 5 in the ring, 4 out on the boundary as Davidson Richards comes in, delivers her first ball to Lamb, who drops it into the offside, and they scamper through for a single. And I must admit, my heart's dropped a little bit for the South East Stars in that moment, because Emma Lamb, no matter what she's presented with, is looking in complete and utter control.
A little bit more pace, though, isn't there, from Davidson Richards? That strong shoulder.
Absolutely, zipped through there. But it's not quite clear how Stars are looking to take their wicket here. They've got their 4 fielders out on the boundary. They've got a deep cover point, deep third, fine leg, deep square leg. No fielders in attacking positions as Davidson Richards round the wicket to Tatani. It's well bowled, and that's a dot driven back up to the mid-off, Bryony Smith. And it's hard, it's so hard to know what to do if you're in the Stars situation here. You bring too many fielders up and all of a sudden those 64 runs that you're defending have gone. So you want to bowl as many balls as you can at the opposition. On the flip side, you've got 2 batters who are seeing it large at the moment, I believe is the phrase. Davidson Richards once more round the wicket into Naomi Tatani on 21. Driven firmly out to the sweeper, just the 1 run. Which brings Emma Lamb back on strike. Emma Lamb just past 200 runs for the competition. I'll just hit a quick refresh of that. Goodness me, Cricket way behind. She had another 40. Here she comes. Davidson Richards in, and that slips down the leg side to be a wide ball. And on 245 runs for the competition, she started today's play on around 200 from her 6 innings. She's averaging 49 in the competition. A striker of 80. 2 half centuries to her name. 5 runs away from a third. She faced up against her England colleague Davidson Richards. That's well bowled, well defended, well run. Once again, just a moment of play that encapsulates the difficulties presented to the South East Stars. Davidson Richards has done everything right there. She bowled a good delivery, but Lamb was able to block the ball into the offside and pick up another run. The score was 85 for 1. To finish the over, Tani on strike. That's beautifully driven out to the cover sweeper. It will just be 1 run. That is an over of competence and dominance from Thunder's perspective, and they'll be very, very happy with it. And they'll even be more happy with it because that wide ball meant we got 1 more. And Milan returns on strike. Just in a little bit of, a lull of the game, I'd say, at the moment. Waiting for something to happen. So Milan on strike. She rocks back, cuts the ball, beats Eilish Cranstone at backward point. That is the end of the over now, for sure, for definite. Davis Richards gets her cap off the umpire. The score is 87 for 1 after 17. Emma Lamb on 46 off 52, 2 fours and 2 sixes. Naomi Datani on 22 not outs off 43 deliveries, 4 boundaries to her name. The only wicket to fall so far, that's of Seren Smale, who cut the seam of Paige Goldfield to Eilish Cranstone at backward point. It's the only wicket so far, and bar a couple of moments of sharp spin from Kaylee Moore, there hasn't really threatened to be another one. But we do have a bowling change. And that bowling change is Danny Gregory. Will come into the attack. The wrist spin. Gregory's been synonymous with the Stars for a while now. She's been looking at the field. She'll be setting up for herself here. Mid-off cover, backward point, mid-wicket, square leg in the ring. She starts. Drop short, and that's pulled out to the deep square leg boundary for 1 run.
Yep, Gregory into the attack and chance to get in amongst the wickets. 13 away from that century, just 58 more needed with that addition. 88 for 1 the score moves on to. We're in the 18th over of the innings. There's protection on that. Well, both sides of the wicket now with sweepers on either side. As Gregory just gets ready to bowl once more, this time to the left-hander. Datani driving down the ground to Bryony Smith. Gregory back to the top of her mark. Chance to get some deliveries under her belt here, as this time Datani is working the ball down to long leg. The fielder getting in behind it. You thought either side and Moore might have been in trouble. As it was, she did rather well just to stop it, as we just see a police wagging away to our right hand side. The police station is only just up the road here on Woodbridge Road. You can hear the sirens, rather like you do at the Kia Oval when they pass down the Harleyford Road. 89 for 1 is the score. Here is Gregory continuing and bowling to Lamb, who's 1 away from a half century. She moves on to 49.
It's all so easy for Thunder at the moment. Not really sure where the breakthrough is going to come for Surrey, other than through batter error. You hope Gregory might be able to rip one through the gates or produce a moment of magic.
And this time the ball is drilled to the captain, who's fielding at mid-on, and they take another single. And will there be the chance to get the half-century in this over? We'll wait to see. 91 for 1 is the score. Can there be a wicket? What a time to pick up the second scalp of the innings. Seren Smale, the only wicket to fall so far, caught by Cranstone off the bowling of Schofield for 8. 27 for 1 back at that stage. Since then the score has moved on to 91 for 1. A wicket is needed. Can it be provided? Danny Gregory bowls to Emma Emma Lamb. And there is the half century, just pushing the ball out onto the offside. And for the first time in this game, a batter is just able to celebrate that milestone. Moving on to 50, and it's been a very impressive knock, Cam.
That's been fantastic, and I think from a mental perspective as much as anything, what's really pleasing for Lamb, and I guess reassuring from an outsider's perspective, she had such a tough time with the ball earlier. She really lost her way on a number of wides. She left after her second over. She immediately left the field, I imagine, just to kind of gather herself and give her 5 minutes to kind of put her head back together and come back and operating her primary skill with the bat. She's performed and showed why she is such a quality player. She faces up to David Richards now, and him behind it. It's been an innings of perfect pacing, I'd say. She's known when to take her risks. She's twice dumped Kelly Moore over the long on boundary, just as she was looking to settle, and Kelly Moore did at times look incredibly dangerous. But aside from that, there's been no kind of sign of rashness or irresponsibility from Lamb. She faces up again, that's well bowled. Sets off for a non-existent single and sent promptly back by Platani. That field remains the same. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point in the ring. Four fielders out on the boundary, the two sweepers square of the wicket, and the deep third and a fine leg. Davis Richard runs in. Full of length, that's well bowled. Appeal for LBW, and goodness me, it's been given very quickly. And Emma Lamb is on her way. She doesn't look best pleased with it, but them the rules. South East Stars have a breakthrough, and just having said how comfortable Emma Lamb looked throughout, can't remember her missing a ball at all. But she misses one, and that's all that she needed to do. She departs for a very fine innings, finishing on around 50 exactly. Teammate Fee Morris will be coming to the crease at number 4, but an excellent innings from Emma Lamb nonetheless.
Yeah, very impressive knock to score the half century. Best game of the score so far. She does look very, very frustrated. You can see how disappointed, just talking to one or two of her teammates, maybe not necessarily too happy with that decision. Can't say that with any certainty. You've got a better view of it seeing it on the live stream, and the only thing that matters, as Cam mentioned, Alice Davidson Richards is in the wickets column along with Paige Schofield, and both of the openers are back in the pavilion. 92 for 2.
Fee Morris face up, facing a first delivery from Alice Davidson Richards. And what a way to begin. Just drifting onto the leg stump, and Morris clips the ball confidently through the mid-wicket region, and it's gone all the way for 4. Bryony Smith dived to save it. She's now limping. Bryony Smith does not look in the best sort of ways here. She's doubled over. She kicked the ball back into the non-striker's end.
Might need the physio here.
And Alice Davidson Richards is waving on the physio. Not necessarily frantically, but Smith is in more than a spot of bother here. I don't know, it looks like she's clasping her right knee, which doesn't necessarily be the way she dived. I imagine she dived over the rope on her left. So whether her knees got caught in the turf or something, I do not know. We're going to have a small delay in proceedings here, as Bryony Smith is attended to. Fee Morris, what a way to start your innings. Just drifting. It really wasn't that leg side, the delivery. A clip would be an understatement. She's almost punched it through to the left of mid-wicket, to the right of mid-on, and away to the seating down at the far end of the ground. Bryony Smith, having taken hot pursuit, dived after the ball, dragged it back, but the ball trickled along and reached the boundary rope about 5 or 6 metres away from in, and she's now back down on the ground, getting some physio treatment. Doesn't look great for the Surrey skipper, for the South East Star skipper.
No, it really doesn't. Still getting that physio treatment. In the reverse fixture, South East Stars recorded a 131 run success. The Stars batting first scored 334 for 5. Very impressive on that day with the bat. The Thunder then dismissed for 203. Next up for the Stars, it's league leaders the Blaze on Sunday at Beckenham. Thunder next play Southern Vipers. That game also on Sunday. But there is concern here for Bryony Smith. I'm not liking this. The more treatment that she receives, the more concern you feel, and the more there's going to be the chance that she might well have to come off here.
I think that's increasingly likely. Well, even if her injury isn't that severe, there's not much point in risking it at this stage of the game.
Not.
She's now on her feet. She's taken, it looks like it might be that left ankle. She's taken off her left shoe. She's kind of being very ginger on her feet. Makes her decision to boot the ball back in a bit more.
Well, yeah.
But
I think that was born out of frustration, wasn't it?
yes, absolutely. She's just been put through some exercises by the Stars physio at the moment, doing some squats to test the mobilisation. You get the feeling Bryony Smith's race might be run for this afternoon at least. The Thunder players down to our right, sat waiting to battle on strikes and having a running competition, doing various impersonations of how their teammates go about sprinting after a ball. Sarah and Smell seems to be the best of the bunch so far.
Yeah, I thought that was very impressive. I called it rather late on.
I think it's Laura Jackson who's also giving it the best go. Don't know if they've qualified for Strictly quite yet, but they can be the. I mean, going on Strictly, we'll do our boy band.
Yeah, there we are. The job is a good one. Sajan Shah, the medical services lead with South East Stars, doing his best to try and get Bryony Smith back out there at the moment. That's not going to happen.
We are going to continue here without Bryony Smith. She makes a very sad-looking trudge around the boundary's edge. She's on the far side of the pitch, just working her way back over towards the pavilion.
I didn't see Bethan Miles come out there, but I'm sure she must be somewhere.
Davidson Richards to continue. That's well bowled. Fee Morris right in behind it. So the game continues. It is Thunder aren't doing this particularly quickly, as it were. They're not going slowly either. They're cantering along at 5 runs and over, being certain of their task. Davidson Richards in, defended into the offside by Morris, no run. Fielded by Cranstone, and that'll be the end of the 19th over. I'd like to end of the 31st. Yeah. That's a cheap 10 overs. But no, 19 overs gone, 96 for 2. Fee Morris new to the crease for 4 after Emma Lamb was given LBW for 50, and Naomi Tatani at the other end, currently unbeaten on 25.
Yeah, Emma Lamb knows that her job is done, and it's been done very well today, certainly with the bat. Scoring that half-century that's laid the platform here. Now it's for others to look to try and continue, and one of those players is Naomi Tatani, the left-hander, who's on strike and facing up to the threat of Danny Gregory. Chap is topless away to her right-hand side. In fact, there's a couple of them. Make sure you put on the factor 30. Oh, this has just popped up, and it's going to be the easiest catch in the world. Right in behind it, Paige Schofield. She picks up a catch to go with her wicket, and a good contribution with the bat. And that is the end of Naomi Tatani, and that is a wicket for Danny Gregory. And who knows, might this game turn?
Well. Do we have a cricket match on our hands? Thunder cruising along, easy as you like, just 10 minutes ago, with Naomi Datani and Emma Lamb being in absolute complete control. And 9 balls later, both have departed. Emma Lamb first at LBW via Alice Davis and Richards. Now Datani kind of chipping quite an innocuous delivery from Gregory to Schofield at mid-wicket. Now we have 2 new at the crease. Fee Morris has been joined by skipper and wicketkeeper Ellie Threlkeld. And it'll be, well, it would be spectacular if the Thunder lose from this position.
Yeah,
But the spectacular happens often in sport.
that's why we keep watching it. Yep, that is the benefits of live sport, and that's why you're glued to the live stream. We thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure to know you are with us. 50 more runs needed, plenty of overs in which to get them 30 and the remainder of this. 96 for 3. 7 more wickets needed for victory. It's unlikely, but it could yet happen. Here's Danny Gregory bowling a full toss and drilling back down the ground. Here's the skipper. This is a big partnership now. After the dismissal of Datani, Fee Morris undefeated on 4. She bowled very, very nicely. Threlkeld has captained the side very elegantly so far. She now needs to do her bit with the bat. The DLS pushing up to 57, so getting ever closer to the target. Big LBW shout waved away by the umpire. 4 away from the century. More people coming in to watch and enjoy. Suddenly a few more tops coming off. It's like being in Benidorm. 96 for 3 the score. This one outside off stump, just working down to the vacant third. Cranstone will give chase. They'll take 2 and settle.
Just having a look back at that LBW appeal from Danny Gregory on the stream, I don't think it's the worst shout in the world. I think it was probably doing too much. But a fantastic delivery.
Yeah, that certainly seemed to be the outcome offered by the umpire when the question was asked. 2 away from the half-century now. This one very flat, worked out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. They take 1, they're going to race through for a second. They should comfortably get back. Threlkeld called the second quickly, knew that she was going to the danger end. And that brings up the 100 for the Thunder. 46 more runs required for victory. 7 more wickets for the Stars. What can they muster up here? Gregory in the wickets column along with Davidson, Richards and Schofield. And bowling again and drilling down the ground is the Thunder captain. And that is the end of the over. Gregory will be pleased with that over. Her best so far in the innings, picking up the wicket. Nice and tight. Good economical over. And further wickets will be sought and indeed required.
Indeed, I was on the Surrey live stream the past 2 days, and the cameras picked out a couple of topless individuals in the oval crowd. And I was told very firmly by one of the Surrey media team that that's against oval policy. One of the rules of the membership. Tops must remain on. And there was quite a few people ignoring that advice, and that is dropped short by Davidson Richards. And that was Fee Morris climbing into a pull shot. Morris is having en route to having a blinder of a little game at the moment. 3 for 33 with the ball. A spell that just got better and better over the course of her 10 overs. She started her innings here with a fantastic boundary from the front foot. She's added an even more glorious one off the back. She seems to be having a good time in Guildford. Davidson Richards to continue. And that sneaks down the leg side. Davidson Richards throws her head back in frustration. Fee Morris just looking to tickle it round the corner. Fails to get any bat on it.
And that is the frustration. It puts the pressure back on the bowler, doesn't it? When you get that boundary early on.
Davidson Richards She's really researching now. South East Stars need lots to happen. They need lots to happen quickly. She's in, bowls wide of the crease, and Fee Morris adds another glorious boundary to her account. But 2 demonstrations of power from Morris so far. The third is a demonstration of timing. She splits the gap between cover point and backward point perfectly, just leaning into that. It's not even a cover drive, it's a square drive. She moves on to 12 and has looked, well, she's played 3 shots in anger and got full reward for all 3 of them. She is facing up once more. Davis switches in, that team this time is driven down to mid-on for no run. The runs required now down below 40, 37 needed. Scores 109 for 3. Morris, given the mood she appears to be in, 37 runs, 9 fours, 1 single, jobs are good. Richards in once more. That's again down the leg side. I think that's taken clipped Morris's pad on the way through. Should just be a leg by. Umpire Mohammed Wasim is poised, ready, and gives the signal to the scorers that it was indeed leg buys. Takes the score up to 110. Eddie throw called on strike. Takes guard. Faces up. Same field as always. 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg. She's dropped short there. Throw just drops the ball into the offside, but there's no run. That fielder that had been up in the ring on the offside now has dropped out at the back end of this over after that boundary from Fee Morris. Davidson Richard turns at the top of the mark, ready to serve. Hop, skip and a jump is in terrible action past the umpire. That's straight, 2 straight, and she's frustrated with herself. Breaks the line of her delivery and is tucked away for 1 run by Rachael, and that takes us to 111. A score of great drama and fascination for some. Not for me, I must add, but we can all stand on one leg if we so wish. And that's the end of the over. 21 overs gone.
Yeah, it's not quite the same, is it? Apart from when dear old David Shepherd was alive, he was very fastidious with Nelson going up on the scoreboard, 1-1-1. That is the score, 1-1-1-4-3. We've had 21 overs bowled, getting ever closer towards that halfway stage in terms of overs bowled in the innings. But the frustrating thing is we're getting ever closer to that required race of victory too. 7 wickets in hand, 35 more runs needed. Danny Gregory, do your thing. Here she is. Bowling, that's just flicked the pad. In fact, there must have been some bat there because that's going to race away and race away quickly. 4 wides. So the bat was involved, and as it was down the leg side, the umpire just signalling that a bonus run will be picked up as well. And that is the frustrating thing. You can understand bowlers, they're trying their hardest. They're looking to try and register victory or help register victory. So car alarm quickly goes off, and just like a fielder in the deep, the owner of that vehicle quickly worked on it, driving uppishly past the fielder at extra cover. They're going to take 2. It should be cut off and is cut off. Good bit of work from the fielder. Jemima Spence did all the hard work. The youngster just running away to her left to carry out the fielding. But the sum total is that 2 more runs are added to the score. 118 for 3 as Gregory continues again down the leg side, sweeping and sweeping hard, picking up 1. They'll probably settle for 1. They do. No real concerns for Rachael to try and take on the bowler's arm. The last thing she would want to do is lose a wicket. She's on to 8, and it brings Fee Morris back onto strike, who's 12 not out. As Cam mentioned, challenging for Player of the match, should she be there at the end. She'd have a good claim, you would think, after bowling very nicely with ball in hand. 119 for 3 is the score, this time perfect in defence. Just covering up, getting right in behind it.
I think that ball there is an example of just how little pressure's on Thunder at this stage in the game. I think if it had this run rate been 6 or 7 and over, Morris may have felt the temptation to try and force a pull shot off that length. As it happens, she can get in behind and comfortably defend.
27 needed, 119 for 3 is the score. Running up past the umpire is Gregory. And Davidson Richards is into play at mid-on. Swooping on the ball, returning it very gently to the bowler. One still to come after that wide earlier on in the piece. More and more people are taking off their tops, so no regulation in place. I'm guessing that you're not able to take the top off. Another dot. In fact, there is one more still to come, so I wasn't doing my homework there. I wasn't diligent enough. That gent's had enough raise. He's put his top back on. There we are, bucking the trend. 119 for 3. Here is Gregory continuing. And this is hit straight down the ground. It's going to be 4 runs. No chance of Davidson Richards cutting it off. And it's 4 more runs here to the bat of Fee Morris. She moves on to 16. And the runs required drops to just 23 more.
Fee Morris looks like she's in a hurry. She's batting beautifully for, well, 4 scoring shots. 4 boundaries for Fee Morris, taking her to 16. Just 23 required, as you say. Could be, well, a matter of 15, 10, 15, 20 minutes now. Paige Guildford's going to come back into the attack. As you mentioned, plenty of tops off, lapping up some Guildford. I got sunburned the last time I was here. It was one of my great embarrassing moments of my life, getting sunburned in Guildford. I didn't know there was a sentence that existed. But if it is against the rules and regulations, then
here,
well, if it is, we've got a few rebels on our hands. But everyone loves a rule breaker.
Law breakers, absolutely.
Makes them living on the edge at the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Why not? So Paige Guildford to return to the attack. Kira Charlie to come up to the stumps. They're just having a wee chat about plans. I will greatly enjoy. No, we are going to have a change of field. I was getting quite excited that there was going to be a large discussion. We're going to be left with the exact same field as we had the over before to Alice Davidson Richards, beg your pardon. But we do have that covered sweeper coming up into the ring. Stars have decided this is the time to turn the screw a little bit. I'm going to try and apply some dot ball pressure, but if you're Thunder, you know that you only have to pierce that field a couple of times and it'll be game over. Here comes Schofield. And that's full and tucked away into the leg side. Out to deep square leg. Ball comes in. Chapley does the rest of the work. We're going to have a few changes of the field for Fee Morris. We have some extra protection bulking out the leg side with 3 fielders out on the boundary there. And we have cover point going out, so just the 4 fielders in the ring. 5 fielders, I beg your pardon. Schofield in once more, and that's short and tucked away. Morris gets off the mark with a non-boundary, if that's a sentence that makes any sort of sense at all. Moves her on to 17. Throw code back on strike. Just 21 required now. Throw code turns the strike over once more, just running the ball down to deep third. So this is my 3rd fixture at Guildford this season. I was both here for working both of Surrey's Metro Bank one-day cup games, in which they suffered 2 very heavy defeats, and now we could be facing a similar result for the Stars.
You won't be back again.
No invite, not welcome at Guildford Cricket Club any longer. And I've kept my top on. Unbelievable.
You've always been a well-behaved young man.
Absolutely. Plenty of people there to agree with you. Didn't make the boy band, but maybe that's why, because I was so well behaved. Schofield to continue. Threlkeld back defends. It is looking remarkably simple for the Thunder batters towards this back end of the innings. They're on the home stretch, just 20 runs away. Bar anything aberrational, they'll be driving back up to Manchester with a win to their name. Oh, that's a loose shot from Morris. Wants the wide given, doesn't get it. Drove back in the dead of night from Manchester on Friday. Was they up there for the second of the England-New Zealand T20s, and I'm now familiar with the M6 toll and all the beauties that are associated with it.
Yeah, very lucky if you've not driven that one late at night and had to go through Norton Keynes services, I believe, on the M6 toll road. You know that if you can afford to shop there,
Yeah,
you're doing all right for yourself. Very expensive, that toll road. It's a mere bargain at 250 down at the Dartford crossing. It's about £8, isn't it? Oh, you went back there late at night, perhaps got away with it. Danny Gregory down the leg side, and Threlkeld is going to pick up 3, maybe 4. Yeah, it's going to run over the boundary's edge, so that's going to take down the required run rate to, or runs required rather, to just 16.
So I had a passenger with me, and that was the bargain basically. He bought my coffee and paid for the toll, and I wouldn't charge him any petrol money.
There we are. You're a very generous young man.
Absolutely generous, well behaved.
Yeah, you've got it all going for you. You would have been the schoolboy's dream. Everybody writing that. In terms of application, we can't necessarily answer that, but we would have known that you would have done it with a smile on your face as a well-behaved young man. Here's Danny Gregory again down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide. Hills for a stumping. I think that was to try and fox the umpire into thinking that the wide shouldn't have been signalled, but it has. 15 more required. It has filled up rather nicely here at Woodbridge Road. It's lovely to see. This is a competition that pleases the eye. You think back, it reminds me a little bit of the old Sunday League. You know, you used to get a lot of people coming to watch. Some people not necessarily watching what was going on out in the middle, but just enjoying the spectacle, enjoying the sun, bringing their lunch. Gregory continues and bowls outside off stump to the skipper, Threlkeld, who's working out to deep cover. They take 1 and settle for 1. She moves on to 15 and brings Fee Morris back onto strike. Undefeated on 17. These two came to score the game together with the score on 96 for 3 in the 20th over. We now had 4 further overs and the score's moved on to 132, so it's been purposeful. As Morris works the ball out to deep cover once more. 1 more run to the total, only 13 more needed now. Traffic racing by in either direction. People heading for home now, all the early starters. Some people may be just about to begin their day in terms of work. This one is flat and short, and would you believe it, it's in and out. Paige Schofield, who's a very good fielder at straight mid-wicket, has just seen it go in and out, and Threlkeld's got a life.
I think that's a drop of lethargy at the end of an innings. Game's all
Expect
but
that to
gone.
be taken, wouldn't you? Yep.
Absolutely, and Schofield knows. I think people are just beginning to switch off mentally from this game, even if they're not switching off the stream.
Make sure you stay with us. There's still 12 runs required. We're still hoping and praying. 7 more wickets needed. That is the end of the over. So what have we had? 24 overs have been bowled. 134 for 3 is the score so far. 18 to Morris, 16 to Threlkeld. 12 more runs required for victory.
I'll be interested to know if will Schofield continue from the railway bridge end. But I mean, South East Stars often play many fixtures down at Guildford a year, as well as being down in Canterbury and Beckenham and well, all across the South East, funnily enough. I've seen a number of fixtures here with along with the 2 that Surrey men's played, and it's a very picturesque place to play your cricket. Just at the back of the pitch beyond us, there's a kind of juniors pitch which we get a lot of use over the summer months, and 4 nets all the way tucked away in the back far corner. Woodbridge Road hurtling along to your right, some seating to your left, and a railway bridge kind of framing the whole scene. I think scene's the best word for that. We are going to have it. You may have picked that up over the tannoy. We are going to have a change of bowling as Alexa Stonehouse returns to the attack. Bit of the graveyard shift feel about this coming back into the bowl now. All we can do is hope to boost your numbers a little bit, take another wicket with you, ruin a batter's day. And what else is cricket other than ruining a few people's days as a sport?
I think I prefer to be hiding in the outfield rather than coming back with just 12 required. But you could be a hero.
You could be a hero, you'd be a hell of a hero at this stage.
Well and truly. 2 or 3 quick wickets, the game's back on.
So we've had a long discussion over the field. Kieran Chatley's up to the stumps. The result is the same. 5 fielders in the ring, backward point cover, mid-off on the offside. Stonehouse in, left arm around the wicket, defended, up to mid-off, but it's intercepted by cover. And it is no run. And the leg side we have mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, quite a forward square leg actually, not quite deep mid-wicket, but veering on it. Fine leg as well. Stonehouse again, wide of the crease, round the wicket, angling into stumps. Could that be caught by deep square leg? No. It travels flat and fast, and one bounced over the rope for 4 runs. I thought briefly that McDonald gave would be in with a shout on the boundary's edge. But it was well struck by Rachael, the skipper. She would love nothing more than to be out there in 8 runs' time when it's all done and dusted for her team and keep the Thunder's qualification hopes alive for another round of fixtures. It's just 8 runs required now. Rachael on 20, Fee Morris on 18.
Let's hope this is nothing too much to worry about. Down at third, Schofield is just receiving a little bit of treatment on that hand.
That sneaks down the leg side. I think it might have just flicked the pad of the batter, so no run. As you mentioned, I think Rachel's just, maybe it's a webbing or a finger or, well, pride. It could be a mixture of all 3.
It's probably a mixture of all 3, yep.
Stonehouse to continue. That's full. Rachael hops onto the back foot. Fantastic piece of fielding. At cover, I believe that's a substitute fielder on place in Bronny Smith. I can't quite make out who it is from here. May well be Bethan Miles. We're going to have a change of field now, change of line of attack. Stonehouse is going to stay around the wicket, but we're going to be going a lot straighter, I imagine, as we now have 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. So just the 1 fielder in the ring on the leg side at mid-on, 4 fielders in the ring on the offside. In Stonehouse comes. It's a cutter, it's chipped over. Could that be out? And it is indeed. Well held in the deep by Alice Davison Richards. And Threlco's standing there. She's not convinced. She's waiting. And the umpires.
I think Fee Morris is out, isn't she?
Yes, you are correct. Of course, they crossed over. The time it took for the catch to be taken.
Neither happy though.
The batters had crossed. It will be Fee Morris who is on her way. It all seemed to happen in slow motion a bit there. A new plan to the batter, and I suppose that's an example of the Stars' research and strategies working to perfection. Stonehouse just went that bit wider on the crease, angled the ball in, potentially a cutter. She just rolled her fingers over the ball to get the ball to stick in the wicket. And Fee Morris, she batted beautifully, albeit only for 18. Clipped the ball, timed the ball well. The problem for her was she timed it too well, and Alice Davison Richards was able to take a falling catch in the deep. And my only confusion was then looking out into the middle. A Threlkeld was looking a bit perplexed at the whole situation, and umpire Fiona Richards nodded her head to her and said, "Yep, the catch was good. Your mate's on her way." Now, new signing Delaney has come to the crease, Irish international. Her task is the slightly unenviable situation of just, it's no win, really. Well, I guess there is a win. You can win the literal match. It's just on a personal level. There's not much to gain here, but there is a bit to lose. No one wants a low score. Stonehouse into Delaney's first ball. And that's tucked away into the leg side. And Delaney is off the mark immediately for her new team. An Irish international. Has played masses of cricket for her country. If my maths can be quick enough, she's played 149 games total. 54 in ODIs, 95 in T20s. A very stressful situation of being tested on various darts checkouts yesterday live on stream, and I found out I couldn't do that with an audience.
That's hard work.
It was really, I thought I was quite good at mental maths, and I discovered I wasn't. Well, at least not with an audience. In the comfort of my own home, I'm fine.
I can imagine John Surtees would be very, very good at the checkout.
John Surtees is good at many things. Darts checkouts, I think it's one of them. I got a chance to taste it twice in 2 days. One of my finest achievements ever was during lockdown. We all got good at a weird skill. I got just about competent at darts, and it only happened once, but I did get a 180. It was one of the proudest moments of my amateur sporting career.
I hope you hung the arrows up. I think I'd retire after that. Tales of a misspent youth. Very, very impressive. 6 more runs required. There is going to be a change in bowling. Kalia Moore is back into the attack. 1 maximum, and we all go home. A 6-wicket victory it will be for Thunder. A couple of quick wickets, and who knows, surely it can't happen. Surely. It's the wonder of live sport, and that's why we keep watching the live stream, hoping upon hope that the Stars can produce something here. Just waiting the batter and then racing through for a single to double her score. The new batter is Laura Delaney. And it brings the skipper back onto strike, Threlkeld. Squad number 21, score on the card 21. 1 boundary levels the scores. What can we see from Moore here? Just drifts into the pads, and as it's worked away to straight mid-wicket, no thoughts of a single. The last thing Thunder would want at this stage is a suicidal run out. Here's another quicker delivery this time. Just turn round the corner, and they do race through for a single. Appeals for a run out, quickly waved away. It was Threlkeld who was going to the non-striker's end, had the easier job, and she's probably the quicker of the two. Delaney, though, made her ground.
I'm not sure Delaney's too pleased with her skipper there. Danny Gregory fielded very sharp. It was a fantastic low throw into Chatley, who whipped the bells off. I reckon that was close.
Must have been close. In fairness to the umpire, Mohammed Wasim, he was in a good position. This down the leg side. Another wide. Very impressed with Fiona Richards and her signalling. Very demonstrative. It's almost being like on a Ryanair plane. You know exactly what's required. Need to keep these things safe. 143 for 4 is the score. I'm deeply envious when I get called out there to umpire. You know that any batter is under threat. That index finger can go up at any time. Very impartial I am. 143 for 4. Just in case any lawmakers are listening. Drilled down the ground. Oh dear, 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 what a way to win it. It's taken a vicious bounce, and you can see Alice Davidson Richards is very, very frustrated, and so too are the remainder of the Stars team, because over 24 overs remain in the innings, and victory has been achieved. They go past their victory required rate, 147 for 4. It is going to be a 6-wicket success, and you have to say it's been very impressive from Thunder. The winning boundary coming from the debutant Laura Delaney, She's been kept good company by Ellie Threlkeld, who's finished undefeated on 22. But it is victory, and it is victory in some style for Thunder. Only their second win in this competition, but they've beaten South East Stars comprehensively, Cam.
No, it's been a professional performance by Thunder. First of the ball and second of the bat has been the complete showing from the team in red I was going to go for. From Ellie Threlkeld's players, Fee Morris and Olivia Bell were absolutely the stand-up bowlers for Thunder. Olivia Bell particularly impressive, 4 for 23 off her 8.5 overs, getting really sharp turn. And Fee Morris kind of grew into her spell and just got better and better and better. It started off fairly just economical, and later it became a much more attacking spell between them. 7 wickets for 56 runs. Then in reply, Emma Lamb was superb at the top of the order, 50 or 59 deliveries. And she really nipped the chase in the bud alongside Naomi Jatani, who only made 25, but her presence at the crease alongside of Lamb pretty much got Thunder all the way there without too much issue. And Fee Morris and Threlkeld with 18 and 22 not out apiece to all but take them home, and Delaney on debut, finishing with 6 not out.
Cam, thanks very much indeed. So it wasn't to be. It's disappointment for the South East Stars. Another tough one next up. It's the league leaders, the Blaze, on Sunday. That game will be played at the county ground in Beckenham. We hope as many of you as possible can join us for the live stream of that fixture. But it's Thunder who've recorded the 6-wicket success here at Woodbridge Road in Guildford. Thanks very much indeed for joining us wherever you might be in the world. It's been a pleasure to have your company on the live stream here. And from everybody involved with the South East Stars, thank you very much indeed for watching. And we'll catch you again very, very soon. From Cam Ponsonby